Chapter 634, 10,000 years per page. Gu and brought an Exen to the misty immortal court, indeed only to broaden her experiences. After Tianhao departed, he needed to cultivate another absolute talent for Wuxia, not for any special reason, but because he wished to do so. While an Exen was experiencing the misty immortal court, Gu and was feeling the Ling Mountain. Following the endless cause and effect of Ling Mountain, he discovered a vaster heaven and earth, different planes, and he even glimpsed the River of Destiny. Upon seeing the River of Destiny, Guan couldn't help but think of a son from one of his past lives. Lu Qiuxian, the son of Lu Han, born as a primordial cause and effect body. On the verge of death, Lu Han asked Lu Qiuxian to revive himself, but somehow, Lu Qiuxian became bound to the River of Destiny, unable to escape from it, yet also thus gaining eternal lifespan. Throughout the long years, Guan occasionally observed Lu Qiuxian, who, after merging with the River of Destiny, seemed like its guardian. His cultivation level was far inferior to Gu An's current one, but with the River of Destiny, no one could completely annihilate him. Lu Qiuxian kept searching for his parents within the River of Destiny. Guan saw this but was powerless to help. Gu An's exploration into the path of destiny was profound. He could feel Lu Qiuxian's obsession. If he could meet his father, the obsession would dissipate, and Lu Qiuxian would perish, not entering reincarnation. Thus, Guan wanted to wait until he was powerful enough to save Lu Qiuxian before intervening. The lifespan reincarnation allowed Guan to enhance his understanding of the Great Tao and even his life experiences, but it also left many regrets. Lu Qiuxian searched for Lu Han. The Black Profound Emperor sought desperately for Fairy Bai Xian. The Emperor of Eternal Life wanted to save Fairy Yao Xian. Other reincarnated beings also had their own regrets, though Guan had few emotional regrets. It was only before death that he felt regret for not reaching a higher realm. Gu An's gaze quickly found Lu Qiuxian. Lu Qiuxian was meditating within the River of Destiny. He wasn't cultivating, but endless searching within destiny for traces of his parents. His cultivation level would strengthen over time, and by aura, it was already comparable to the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. Guan suddenly wanted to know what Lu Qiuxian's state of mind was like over the long years. His pupils suddenly changed, transforming into the immortal emperor's eye. The meditating Lu Qiuxian opened his eyes, frowning as he looked all around. Guan ceased his probing, feeling somewhat surprised inside. The heaven-encompassing free immortal can sense the surveillance of this Miao Zhen Daluo immortal. He felt relieved. Lu Qiuxian indeed had an extraordinary demeanor. If he were still alive today, his cultivation level would certainly be even higher than it is now. Just as Guan was about to withdraw his gaze, his brow suddenly furrowed. Among the countless causes and effects surrounding Lu Qiuxian, he saw a figure approaching Lu Qiuxian. This figure was very blurry, carrying an overwhelming murderous intent. Guan couldn't see through this figure, only that it was approaching Lu Qiuxian, and even could not calculate when it would reach behind Lu Qiuxian. This was not an approach in the conventional sense, but a closeness on a causal level. The figure was moving through some sort of causal method to attack Lu Qiuxian. Guan couldn't warn Lu Qiuxian, and it would have been useless anyway. With the River of Destiny, Lu Qiuxian couldn't resist the other's approach. Knowing beforehand was just adding to his worries. After a long while, an Exan retracted her gaze, turned her head to look at Guan, and saw her master frowning. Following her master's gaze, she could see nothing. This made her nervous. What matter or what kind of existence could make her master frown? In her eyes, there was nothing that could confound her master. Even a deceased person, her master could retrieve them from reincarnation. Gu An's brows smoothed out. He turned his head to look at an Exan and smiled, asking, "Ready to go back?" An Exan nodded, saying, "It's time to go back. I now just want to cultivate properly. Even though I haven't been out for long, I seem to have more thoughts about the immortal emperor's eye." Guan looked at her eyes still imprinted with purple Tao patterns and nodded slightly, then turned around and walked back the way he had come. An Exan followed behind Guan, closing her eyes as she walked. With each step, she left behind a shadow, identical to herself, as if it was a duplicate. 10 steps left 10 shadows. 100 steps left 100 shadows. Although Guan did not look back, He was aware of the situation behind him. He had already sensed that in Xin's immortal emperor's eye was not so simple. Absorbing external forces and transforming them into her own in a short time seemed powerful, but compared to his immortal emperor's eye divine power, it was far inferior. His immortal emperor's eye could twist reality and fiction, reshaping the past and erasing the future. And Xin's immortal emperor's eye also penetrates the past and future, but it is different from Gu N's reality twisting. As they continued forward, the shadows and Xen left behind began to change, their clothing altered, and their aura shifted, reminiscent of her from different periods. And Xen slowly opened her eyes, her instincts telling her to look back. Do not look back, maintain your current sensation. The voice of Guwen came from ahead, steadying in Xin's head. She watched her master's back, and her mind cleared of distractions. They were still walking on the boundless edge of the path of the Great Tao, without encountering any obstacles. And Xen felt as though she had been dreaming, waking up back inside the Taoist field of the beginningless. She turned her head and saw LV Xian and Qin Chuan standing in front of her master, debating something while the master had picked up a book again. She didn't feel that what happened before was a dream. She smiled meaningfully and then turned to leave, preparing to go back to her room for secluded cultivation. Shen Zhen, who was sitting in front of the artifact refining cauldron, looked at the departing figure of an Xen, frowning slightly. Previously, she could see in Xin's karma and, through it, envision in Xin's past or future scenes, but now, she could no longer do so. Returning from a trip with such great progress? Shen Zhen wondered curiously, her gaze then following towards Guwen, her eyes filled with anticipation. Guwen, hearing LV Xian and Qin Chuan arguing, was indifferent and did not look at an Xen but was immersed in his book. When a page flipped, it represented an era in the human world. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After 10,000 years. Guwen closed the book, stood up, stretched his body, bathed in the sunlight. His posture was so relaxed. The small wooden plaques at his waist jingled slightly, unbeknownst to anyone that they were transformed by immortals. Celestial Cyan and Tian Bai came rushing from outside the courtyard, and upon reaching Guwen, they chattered non-stop about the legends they had heard. 10,000 years had passed, and many prominent figures and extraordinary talents had emerged in the human world. After the disappearance of Tian Hao, another unparalleled prodigy from the Tao court has emerged, rivaling the legends. The two compared the achievements of this eternal prodigy with those of Tian Hao, debating whose talent was stronger. Guwen had already noticed this eternal prodigy, who indeed could match Tian Hao, for this person was a reincarnation of an immortal god. Yes, an immortal from the celestial court. It was a maneuver by Tai Immortal Monarch. This immortal monarch is approaching, ready to descend personally into the celestial spirit great world, for the 72 immortals of the Golden Cave. As Guwen limbered up, he looked down contemplatively. Where should Tai Immortal Monarch be placed? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635 Guwen vs. Immortal Monarch. Master, do you think the Emperor Tianhong of the Tao court can match Tian Hao? Celestial Cyan turned her head to look at Guwen, asking seriously. She couldn't argue with Tian Bai, who always believed that no one could surpass Tian Hao. However, the cultivation speed of Emperor Tianhong was not inferior to Tian Hao, and his battle achievements were even more fierce, often winning across realms and even having records of one against many cross-realm victories, which were both ancient and brilliant. Coupled with the momentum built by Tao court, the people have already forgotten Tian Hao and only sing praises to Emperor Tianhong. From the comparison of battle achievements, Celestial Cyan felt that Emperor Tianhong truly wasn't weaker than Tian Hao. Tian Bai merely looked down on the talents from the outside out of reflex. Guwen replied, within the celestial spirit great world, no one's talent can match that of Tian Hao, and he has even stronger destiny pattern yet to be unleashed. This statement made Tian Bai puff out her chest involuntarily. Guwen continued, but once they leave the celestial spirit great world, there's indeed little difference between the two, and they are bound to leave the celestial spirit great world to venture into higher realms. Upon hearing this, Celestial Cyan immediately smiled and stared defiantly at Tianbai. Instead of worrying about these, it would be better to think about your own cultivation. Your innate qualities are indeed mediocre, but having cultivated by my side for so many years, you actually have the qualifications to compete with any genius in the world, said Guan, shaking his head, causing the two women to reveal embarrassed smiles. Their nature was lively, making it difficult for them to concentrate on cultivation for long periods. What Guan said was no false praise. Even the reincarnated immortal god, Emperor Tianhong, did not have the Miao Zhen Daoyuo immortal constantly releasing Dao intent in his previous life. Tianbai, clinging to Guan's arm, cooed, with so many dojo disciples, there will always be someone who ranks first, we just need to not fall behind. Exactly. Recently, Blood Prison Great Saint's progress has been very fast. He is now unanimously recognized as the #1 disciple of Wuxia. I feel that Emperor Tianhong is no match for him, said Celestial Cyan, hugging Gu An's other arm with a look of agreement, standing with Tianbai against Gu An's stern criticism. Guan said earnestly, actually, in my eyes, you are not inferior to the Blood Prison Great Saint. In some respects, I even think you are the most formidable because you have each other. Just like the Dao treasures I crafted for you, they are meant to complement each other. This statement made Celestial Cyan's and Tianbei's eyes light up, and they began asking in which aspects they were considered stronger. All of a sudden, Guan felt a bit of a headache. He was simply customarily praising them, encouraging them to cultivate actively. They could be excited, but did they have to rub against him in their excitement? After frolicking with them for a while, Guan finally sent them back to their own cultivations. Afterward, Anexin, having received his message, appeared out of thin air in front of him and curiously asked, Master, what's the matter? Since her visit to the misty immortal court 10,000 years ago, Anexin had put aside all matters, allowing Celestial Cyan and Tianbai to coordinate with Chenkuan's sect while she remained in closed-door cultivation, studying the immortal emperor's eye. This allowed the Blood Prison Great Saint to become the undisputed strongest disciple in the dojo within 10,000 years. Should an Xin and the Blood Prison Great Saint go to battle now, the Blood Prison Great Saint would suffer a miserable defeat, according to Gu An's deduction. With the immortal emperor's eye divine power, an Xin was more than just a little stronger than the Blood Prison Great Saint. Within the same realm, Guan even felt that Nzin's suppressive power could surpass that of Tianhao. After her visit to the misty immortal court, Nzin's immortal emperor's eye fully awakened, making her divine power extremely suitable for battle. It had been 10,000 years since Guan and an Xin had seen each other, but for an Xin she did not feel the influence of time on herself, at least her attitude towards Guan had not changed at all. I am about to engage in a battle, would you like to watch? Guan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Nzin's eyes lit up and she nodded immediately. Just as an Xin was about to ask more questions, the scenery around them suddenly changed, and they appeared beneath the world gate in an instant. Although this was not the first time an Xin felt Gu An's divine powers, she was still startled. In these 10,000 years, she could feel her own progress, which greatly boosted her self-confidence, but facing her master, she still felt like a frog in a well. An Xin did not dwell on this emotion. She turned to look, her gaze landing on the towering world gate. What is this? An Xin asked curiously, sensing the boundless power of the great Tao contained within the gate, something she had never seen before. Indeed, following her master out always broadened her horizons. Guan did not keep it a secret, starting to introduce the world gate to her. Learning that this was the heavenly Tao gate leading outside the Great Thousand World, and that beings could only leave the celestial spirit great world through this gate made an Xin more curious. Her master didn't use the world gate to go to the misty immortal court before. Guan then shared the news of the impending arrival of Tai Immortal Monarch with her. Having already conversed with her about Tianhao's karma, she was aware of the immortal monarch's background. Tai Immortal Monarch was no ordinary immortal god but an existence higher than celestial gods and star monarchs. The fact that her master was about to battle such a being filled her with anticipation. Will Tai Immortal Monarch come out from within the World Gate? An Exin asked, her gaze fixed on the World Gate. The inactive World Gate appeared dark and mysterious, its inner space translucent, showing the cosmic scenery behind it, vast and majestic. Guwen reached for the wooden token at his waist, playing with it gently, and said, "Yes, soon you'll be able to witness the Immortal's grandeur." Meanwhile, in a mysterious dark space, the 72 Immortals of Golden Cave appeared one after another. They opened their eyes to find themselves unable to take a single step, only able to turn their heads and twist their bodies. They soon all faced one direction, and looking along it, they saw a vast light screen floating in the darkness ahead, allowing them to see the scene of Guwen and an Exan by the World Gate. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Novlove. Com sur the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635 Guwen vs. Immortal Monarch Unders. What is this place? It seems we've been sealed by that guy, and he apparently wants us to witness something. Listen carefully to their conversation. Is an immortal monarch coming? This fellow is outrageously arrogant. He is indeed powerful, but how dare he challenge an immortal monarch? Big brother, what should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. The 72 immortals of Jianghu were agitated, cursing Guwen, and eventually, they turned their gaze towards the purple dragon star monarch. CTH Novlire. T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The purple dragon star monarch's face was expressionless. Earlier, when they were sealed into wooden tokens, they all fell into a coma, so they felt as if they had just been captured. But the purple dragon star monarch keenly sensed that a considerable amount of time might have already passed in the celestial spirit great world. If that was the case, what had Guwen done to them during this time? Thinking about the methods Guwen used to capture them made it hard for the purple dragon star monarch to speak and soothe everyone. He felt that Guwen might indeed possess the power to contend with an immortal monarch. He was the only Taiching Golden Immortal, as well as one who attained Taiching Golden Immortal Realm perfection in cultivation level, and his vision was more penetrating. In his eyes, Guwen was definitely an existence of the Daluo realm. Such an existence, not belonging to the celestial court, truly made him uneasy. But there was nothing the purple dragon star monarch could do now, except to wait quietly. In reality, Guwen continued talking with an Exan. He deliberately let the will of the 72 immortals of Jianghu fall into his own Dao fruit universe, allowing them to peek at the battle. The reason for doing this was that Guwen had no intention of allowing the 72 immortals of Jianghu to leave. Immortal gods might be unkillable, but they could be sealed, and even if they would eventually be discovered by the celestial court, it would at least buy Guwen some time. For the celestial court, tens of millions of years might just be a fleeting moment. From the celestial court's lack of urgency in ordering the celestial spirit god to quickly obliterate the celestial spirit great world, it was evident that their perception of time far exceeded that of mortals. Any immortal god who comes seeking trouble, he plans to seal away. If he released them directly, that would surely bring great trouble. Time passed by, second by second. It wasn't until the world gate trembled that Guwen and an Exan stopped talking. An Exan turned to face the world gate, which burst forth with intense light, converging inside. This was the light of the heavenly Tao, which enveloped the surface of the celestial spirit great world. Feeling the strong light of the heavenly Tao up close, an Exan could sense the might and unfathomable depth of the celestial court. What kind of formidable power could have created such a force of order? As the world gate was fully activated, a vast and infinite aura poured out from within, forming a majestic celestial mist that spread out, striking awe into all who witnessed it. Within the Dao fruit universe, the 72 immortals of Jianghu became excited. The immortal monarch has come, he is here to save us, a female immortal said excitedly, her face filled with admiration. The other immortals of Jianghu were also surprised and delighted. Despite having heard from Guwen and an Xian that the Tai immortal monarch would come, seeing the aura of the Tai immortal monarch actually appear stirred them deeply, even inciting a sense of sacrificial devotion to the end. On the other side, a figure gradually emerged from the intense light beneath the world gate, appearing as though he had walked from the end of the ages, or as if he had come from the very origin of everything, with an indescribable sacred aura assaulting Enzin's eyes. Enzin's eyes instantly turned into the immortal emperor's eye, with purple Dao patterns appearing around her eye sockets, and her pupils reflecting the figure of Tai immortal monarch. During the wait, an Xian had been imagining what Tai immortal monarch would look like, but when she actually saw him, she couldn't help feeling an abject sense of inferiority. This was an essential difference in the nature of life. Whether it was cultivation level, soul, or cognition, an Xian instinctively felt inferior to the other. Heaven-defying one, you dare await my arrival here. Do you know what you are about to face? The voice of Tai immortal monarch emanated from within the world gate, echoing across the cosmic starry sky. In an instant, with the world gate at the center, the space in all directions burst into multicolored rainbow light, rendering this piece of the universe bizarre and fantastical, mesmerizing and mysterious. Listening to Tai immortal monarch's words, an Xian almost felt an impulse to kneel and bow her head. Her mind was shaken, unable to fathom just how profound Tai immortal monarch's Dao practice was. Guwen stepped forward and Enzin's intense discomfort suddenly vanished. She looked towards Guwen subconsciously. In her eyes, Guwen's image abruptly grew in stature, and he could even be compared to Tai immortal monarch, who was still within the world gate. Within the Dao fruit universe, the 72 immortals of Jianghu also fixed their gaze upon Guwen's figure. In their view, the silhouette of Tai immortal monarch, who was approaching them, seemed almost to overlap with Guwen's figure. Despite their hatred for Guwen, from this angle, they had to concede that Guwen's presence was every bit as formidable as that of Tai immortal monarch. Fooling all living beings, isn't that also a violation of heavenly Dao? Guwen's voice sounded, his tone calm. Tai immortal monarch continued to approach the gate, walking neither quickly nor slowly, but with each step, he displayed an unstoppable dominance. Finally, standing at the edge of the world gate, he remained bathed in the brilliant light of the heavenly Dao. Even an Xian could feel that with just one more step, he could reveal his true form. An Xian saw what seemed to be a scroll floating behind Tai immortal monarch. It surged like a river, and on his forehead was a golden pattern. In the absence of distinctive facial features, this golden pattern seemed like a vertical eye, making him appear even more divine, majestic, and inviolable. You dare to talk about heavenly Dao? What are you plotting against the Son of Heaven? The voice of Tai immortal monarch rang out once more, this time even more authoritative, thunderous, and deafening. Guwen retorted, I do not know who the Son of Heaven is, nor what he represents. All I know is that you wish to capture my disciple. As for the current situation as an immortal monarch, how do you think it should be resolved? Tai immortal monarch fell silent, seemingly not having expected Guwen to be unaware of Tianhao's origins. But that no longer mattered, as Guwen had interfered with his grand plans and also captured his subordinates. Release the 72 immortals of Jianghu and hand over the Son of Heaven. Let us consider this matter settled, and you may continue to hide and cultivate in this world. It will be as if I never encountered you. Tai immortal monarch spoke, equally convinced that Guwen was a heaven-opening Daluo immortal hiding in the celestial spirit great world, evidently burdened with consequences unimaginable to all living beings. Guwen must not dare to face the celestial court. Separated by the strong light of the heavenly Dao, Guwen was unable to use lifespan detection on Tai immortal monarch, but he could sense that Tai immortal monarch was merely of heaven-opening Daluo immortal cultivation level. Such a cultivation level was nothing to fear. You can only choose one, either the whereabouts of the Son of Heaven in your words, or the freedom of the 72 immortals of Jianghu. I need one of them to restrain you, to avoid any retaliation from you, Guwen stated placidly. Tai Immortal Monarch did not sense the aura of the 72 immortals of Jianghu but saw the wooden plaques on Gu An's waist. No matter how he looked, those plaques appeared to be ordinary, made of common wood, without any mysteries. However, Gu An's query was met with his disdain. A crude attempt at causing dissension. Do you really think you can trap the 72 immortals of Jianghu? Since you insist on setting conditions, then feel the power of the immortal gods. Tai Immortal Monarch huffed coldly and took a step forward. White hair fluttered out from the strong light of the heavenly Tao, followed by the true body of Tai Immortal Monarch. The silver immortal ribbon concealed his eyes, and his pure white Tao robe flowed like feathers. The scroll hovering behind him was unfurling, revealing a vast expanse of heaven and earth. An aura far surpassing that of Taiching golden immortals erupted completely, solidifying the Tao rules of the entire celestial spirit great world. At that moment, time stood still, and everything ceased to move, save for the disciples in the Taoist field of the beginningless, who remained unaffected. However, they did not perceive the situation outside the Tao field. An Xen, standing behind Guan, felt it more profoundly. Faced with the might of Tai Immortal Monarch, she couldn't help but worry for her teacher. She felt that even the misty immortal court, when faced with such a terrifying presence, would likely be destroyed. Standing before the world gate, Tai Immortal Monarch slightly lifted his chin. Even with his eyes covered, his lofty demeanor was unmistakable. Regardless, an Xen thought the pride of the immortal gods was extreme, but she also felt it to be fitting, influenced by the Tao intent of Tai Immortal Monarch. It seems you are not as composed and self-assured as you appear. Have you ever pondered upon the sight of yourself kneeling before a mortal spirit? The voice of Guan rose, so very cold. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636 Celestial Emperor Bloodline. Guan's words were like the coldest sword in the world, piercing through the atmosphere of despair created by Tai Immortal Monarch, instantly dissipating the impact on an Xen. In the Tao Fruit universe, the 72 immortals of Golden Cave felt Guan was even more audacious than Tai Immortal Monarch, and this arrogance left them unable to verbalize their curses. For some unknown reason, when Gu An's words fell, the 72 immortals of Jianghu all harbored the absurd thought that Tai Immortal Monarch was going to be defeated. Standing before Gu, even Tai Immortal Monarch seemed suppressed, and despite his eyes being covered by his silver celestial threads, astonishment still colored his face. Kneel before a mortal spirit? Tai Immortal Monarch asked coldly, as golden Tao patterns on his forehead burst into fierce flames, as if the anger in his heart was instantly ignited, burning fiercely. Boom, Wuxia the novel, the Ire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The entire universe shattered in an instant. The fragments of space appeared like broken glass, piercing into Nzin's field of vision, her immortal emperor's eyes widening, with her purple pupils trembling. She could feel the surrounding Tao rules receding rapidly like startled birds, as an endless sea of stars distanced themselves amidst the space debris. Then, everything abruptly came to a halt. An Xian instinctively turned her head, and wherever she looked, her gaze met suspended fragments of space, layered upon one another, dazzling and alarming her simultaneously. The celestial spirit great world was destroyed. The breath of all living beings vanished. And it happened in an instant. Her gaze shifted to Tai Immortal Monarch in front of her. The world gate remained, while the overwhelmingly powerful Tai Immortal Monarch displayed the posture of an immortal god unquestionably. Merely by his aura, he could shatter the great thousand world? And Nzin's mind went blank, as she could only stare dumbfounded at Tai Immortal Monarch. The shattered universe fell into silence, and the strong light of the heavenly Tao within the world gate also disappeared, appearing cautious and gloomy. Just then, she saw a pair of purple eyes emerging from the world gate behind Tai Immortal Monarch. That is, and Nzin's eyes widened, she recognized in a glance that those were the immortal emperor's eyes. Her master's immortal emperor's eyes. Standing behind Guwen, she couldn't see his face, and with her divine sense suppressed by Tai immortal monarch's aura, she was intensely curious about her master's demeanor exhibiting the immortal emperor's eyes. What she was curious about was the very thing Tai immortal monarch feared. Tai immortal monarch stared at the purple light in Guwen's eyes, gritting his teeth. Immortal emperor's eyes. No wonder you have the confidence to contend with the celestial court. He stood still, not because he was stunned, but because he was suppressed by Guwen's immortal emperor's eyes. The capability of Guwen's immortal emperor's eyes was not just about reversing the past and altering truth, it also possessed tremendous power. Furthermore, with a higher realm than Tai immortal monarch, suppressing him was as easy as flipping his hand. The reason he allowed Tai immortal monarch to show his might was to let an Exen truly feel the strength of immortal gods as well as her own weakness. Since guiding an Exen to cultivate the immortal emperor's eyes, Guwen truly intended to train her to be his strongest disciple. No matter how formidable Tian Hao and An Hao were, they still basked in the glory of the celestial court. Although An Xin's comprehension grew stronger, she lacked a special destiny pattern and the way of cause and effect. Guwen could already see Tian Hao's destiny pattern, so he was sure that the unremarkable An Exen indeed had no great background. Guwen looked down indifferently at Tai immortal monarch, who had destroyed the celestial spirit great world with a single move, clearly because he feared he couldn't take down Guwen and wanted to cause a stir to attract the attention of the celestial court. How could such behavior, treating the lives of countless beings as nothing, not be deemed extremely evil? Unfortunately for Tai immortal monarch, he miscalculated. Guwen had not been merely engaging in idle talk with Tai immortal monarch previously, but instead was enveloping the entire celestial spirit great world with his power of the way of cause and effect, isolating it from the outside world. He dared to do so because he was certain that this Tai immortal monarch was not an avatar, which is precisely the strength of the way of cause and effect. For an avatar, the main body is the cause. Guwen did not answer Tai immortal monarch. In the shattered void all around, his immortal emperor's eye kept appearing, varying in sizes, densely packed, and filled with a sense of oppression. An Exen looked up and couldn't count the number of immortal emperor's eyes. At this moment, she felt that her own immortal emperor's eye was weak, uncertain if she could ever reach her master's realm in this life. Inside the Tao Fruit universe, the 72 immortals of the Golden Cave had not seen the immortal emperor's eye. In their field of vision, the universe only appeared shattered, while their lord Tai immortal monarch fell into a bizarre stillness. As immortals, they naturally could tell that Tai immortal monarch was engaged in some kind of standoff with Guwen. After shattering the celestial spirit great world, it was impossible for Tai immortal monarch to simply stop. Which means it is very likely that Tai immortal monarch is being suppressed. Looking again at the cosmic debris around the battlefield, the hearts of the 72 immortals of the Golden Cave couldn't help but feel a chilling dread. Purple Dragonstar monarch furrowed his brows tightly. He was surprised and even angered by Tai immortal monarch's actions to destroy the celestial spirit great world. How could the immortal gods recklessly destroy the Great Thousand World? After the Great Thousand World was reconstructed, the celestial court had clearly abolished the order of destruction. Even if the destruction order were still in place, it was supposed to be the god of destruction who ends it, and not even beings with higher ranks than immortal positions should act recklessly. For the so-called Son of Heaven, should the immortal monarchs go to such lengths? Purple Dragonstar monarch's mind was in turmoil. He was loyal to Tai immortal monarch, but in his heart, the celestial court held a higher place than Tai immortal monarch. He supported Tai immortal monarch in siding with the Son of Heaven, but Tai immortal monarch's actions made him feel that there were other schemes behind it. The Son of Heaven was reincarnated into the celestial spirit great world. Even if Tai immortal monarch succeeded, how would a Son of Heaven who had developed feelings for the celestial spirit great world view Tai immortal monarch? He did not believe that Tai immortal monarch had not considered this point. If so, there was only one possibility. Are you actually eyeing the celestial emperor bloodline? Purple Dragonstar monarch's eyes revealed a color of shock. as an uncontrollable rage surged from the bottom of his heart, followed by a change in his gaze. Anger turned into disbelief. What did he see? Not only Purple Dragon Star Monarch, but other Golden Cave Immortals also changed their countenance drastically, some even staring dumbfoundedly, yet not a single one of the Golden Cave Immortals broke the silence. All shocked, they gazed at the screen in front of them. Within the screen, Tai Immortal Monarch trembled all over, his legs beginning to bend as if he were about to kneel before Gu and looked indifferent towards Tai Immortal Monarch, continuously intensifying the oppression of the Immortal Emperor's eye. He could make Tai Immortal Monarch kneel instantly, but he didn't do so. This slowly advancing despair and humiliation were more able to make Tai Immortal Monarch feel regret and fear. Even if he couldn't annihilate Tai Immortal Monarch completely, Guwen still intended to leave behind an indelible fear. Tai Immortal Monarch clenched his teeth, spitting out a word. Having exhausted all his strength, he actually couldn't resist the oppressive force on his body. He had almost forgotten the taste of being utterly powerless to resist. He was a celestial immortal monarch, yet he was going to kneel before a mortal spirit. Tai Immortal Monarch found it absurd. Extreme rage and hatred nearly drove him mad, but madness could not save him. As time passed, the hatred of Tai Immortal Monarch was gradually replaced by despair. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on Novlove. Com. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637 Absolute Power. And Exen watched as Tai Immortal Monarch slowly knelt down, feeling a mix of emotions that were hard to articulate. There was a sense of relief, astonishment, and admiration for her master. At the same time, it was mostly the absurdity brought about by the collapse of the image of the immortal gods. Is this the immortal gods? Is this what represents the heavenly Tao, the existence that all living beings relentlessly pursue throughout their lives? When Tai Immortal Monarch's knees finally hit the ground, the pride of the immortal gods was completely torn apart. He lost his previous aura of divinity. Despite his eyes being covered as he lowered his head, he emanated an air of decay and weakness from the inside out. The gazes of the 72 immortals of Golden Cave also became entirely dim. They dared not, nor could they continue to curse Gu, and Tai Immortal Monarch was not only their lord but also their pride. The fact that he knelt down without any power to resist was something they could not accept. Just at this moment, the shattered universe within the light screen began to change, countless space fragments reversing towards the incoming direction. This scene drew the attention of the 72 immortals of Golden Cave. Under their gaze, the celestial spirit Great World was quickly restored to its original state, leaving them in awe. What kind of power is this? Purple Dragon Star Monarch was shocked by Gu An's display of divine power, stirring up peculiar feelings in his heart. The immortal monarch representing the might of the celestial court was bringing about destruction. Was Guwen deemed a heaven-defying being, saving all living beings? They watched as Guwen raised his hand, and Tai Immortal Monarch shrank following his gesture, landing in the palm of his hand. Tai Immortal Monarch had been subdued as well. Afterward, they witnessed Guwen turning Tai Immortal Monarch into a wooden token and hanging it on his waistband, amongst other tokens that looked similar to them. They finally understood what their fate would be. The light screen in front of them began to shrink, and the consciousness of the 72 immortals of Golden Cave also began to grow dim. Just like the light screen in front of them, they were being consumed by darkness. Purple Dragon Star Monarch did not worry about his fate. He was still pondering the scene of Tai Immortal Monarch kneeling. Not only him, but the other Golden Cave immortals felt the same. Until everything submerged into darkness. Standing in front of the world gate, an Exen looked onwards, observing the celestial spirit Great World restored to its original state, and feeling the vitality in the distance, her face showed a look of pleasant surprise. She stepped forward, walking up to Guwen, and her gaze fell on his eyes. Guwen did not conceal the immortal emperor's eye, allowing her to observe it. Previously, only she and Tai Immortal Monarch had seen the immortal emperor's eye. Even though the 72 immortals of Golden Cave had heard the conversation between Guwen and an Exian earlier, they had not seen the immortal emperor's eye nor heard the question asked by Tai Immortal Monarch before kneeling. As for Tai Immortal Monarch, Guwen had ways to make him forget about the immortal emperor's eye. Apart from the path of power, Guwen's greatest expertise was in the path of cause and effect. Erasing memories using the way of cause and effect was no difficult task. Master, that was not an illusion just now, was it? I saw him destroy the Great Thousand World. Anexin asked, suppressing her excitement. Guwen revealed a smile, saying, what you felt was all real. Can your immortal emperor's eye restore everything? Or does it reverse time? An Exian used a respectful form of you, reflecting her emotions. Usually she would not be impolite, but due to their familiarity, she would not address Guwen so formally. This is also why the other disciples clearly sensed her favored status. Guwen did not conceal anything and replied, my immortal emperor's eye can make what has vanished reappear and turn the existent into nothingness. He was also not afraid that an Exian would later reveal the mysteries of his immortal emperor's eye. His reliance was never on the immortal emperor's eye, he simply preferred to use it at the current stage. Moreover, he could enhance his immortal emperor's eye through the evolution of his lifespan. The immortal emperor's eye had already been integrated into his attribute panel. As long as he could see the entries, he could enhance it endlessly. And Xin's eyes widened with amazement as she exclaimed, that sounds so domineering. Isn't this absolute power over life and death? Her own immortal emperor's eye had infinite uses, capable of devouring power and also borrowing the power from the past and future, but essentially, it relied entirely on borrowing. Compared to her master's immortal emperor's eye divine power, it seemed fancy but was not as impressive. Master, compared to your immortal emperor's eye, mine is too weak. After the excitement, an Exin felt somewhat dejected, thinking she had disgraced the immortal emperor's eye. Guwen raised his hand and rubbed her head, smiling, how powerful the immortal emperor's eye is depends on your cultivation level. One day, you will surpass the strength of the immortal emperor's eye I displayed just now. An Exin was comforted, thinking to herself that her master was truly confident, believing that he could still become stronger. If her master stood so high and was still actively getting stronger, how could she wallow in self-pity? Guwen, hearing her inner thoughts, was pleased. Indeed, she was the disciple he valued the most, always pondering her master's words. Sir, the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen turned around, and with a sweep of his right hand along his belt, the wooden plaque transformed by Tai Immortal Monarch emitted a sphere of light that quickly flew into the depths of the cosmos. What is that? An Exian asked curiously. Guwen replied, immortal gods cannot be completely annihilated but only suppressed. However, I can make him suffer through the torment of reincarnation, to let him experience the feeling of reversed status. From the moment Tai Immortal Monarch destroyed the celestial spirit Great World, Guwen dismissed the possibility that Tai Immortal Monarch would treat Tianhao well. Destroying the celestial spirit Great World might be a way to leave a backhand to attract the attention of the celestial court, but there is also the possibility of erasing cause and effect, preventing other entities from tracking down where Tianhao went. One may act differently based on different standpoints, but Tai Immortal Monarch had no justifiable reason to destroy the celestial spirit Great World, yet he did it anyway, which displeased Guwen. Although the profound star Immortal Monarch presented a facade of righteousness, the followers of the golden extreme god sent by the profound star Immortal Monarch indeed have spread opportunities widely in the human world. As for arranging for the innate human race to cause disasters, this has similarities with the tribulations of heaven and earth. Guwen, though not pleased, could not entirely deny it. Why can't immortal gods be eradicated? An Exian asked perplexed, her tone filled with indignation. Why should such entities be able to become immortal gods? Guwen laughed and said, there are not so many whys. There must be a force stronger than us supporting them. Become stronger, and you can change the things you cannot currently change. An Exian smiled and nodded vigorously. Afterward, Gu led her toward the celestial spirit great world. There should be a long period of peace coming next. Gu was contemplating whether he should enhance his Taoist techniques to increase his combat strength before attempting to cross the tribulation during his next breakthrough. He had already reached the second great realm of the Daluo Dao fruit realm. Based on the previous realms, the next one would be the final layer of the Daluo Dao fruit, which will undoubtedly be difficult to break through. While thinking, Gu responded to Enzin's many curiosities about the previous battle. Although the battle had astonished Exing, she completely failed to understand it. She did not know how Tai Immortal Monarch shattered the celestial spirit great world, nor how Gu pressured Tai Immortal Monarch into kneeling. What she was most curious about was Gu's divine power that turned people into little wooden plaques. That was not a simple transformation in the typical sense. She probed with her divine sense and found that those wooden plaques seemed to be made of common wood, showing no trace of anything unusual within. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638. The Struggle of the Celestial Army Within the Vastness of the World. An endless army of silver-armored celestial soldiers is besieging a terrifying figure far larger than any mountain in the human world. This figure, resembling a demon turtle, is coiled in a terrifying demonic chi, with more than 10 flood dragons rampaging within it, and upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these flood dragons are the turtle's tails. The demon turtle is so colossal that the figures besieging it appear as tiny as dust. A mere twitch from it could cause a catastrophic tremor shaking the heavens and the earth. In the distance, Jianghu, clad in silver armor, stands shoulder to shoulder with Su Yu, who is also wearing silver armor but looking somewhat awkward compared to Jianghu's dignified bearing. Jianghu looks toward the distant battle with a face full of fear and shock. Among the silver-armored celestial soldiers participating in battle, none have a cultivation level lower than theirs. Their numbers exceed 10 million, hailing from different worlds of the Great Thousand World. Yet, the gathering of so many powerful warriors fails to make an impact on the demon turtle. This is a chaos evil demon. Such demons may not be the strongest, but it is said that the chaos harbors countless ones like it. If we can subdue this one, our celestial army might have a chance to be established. Su Yu spoke with a tone full of emotion. Jianghu turned to look at him, asking in surprise, with so many reserve celestial soldiers, can we really become celestial gods? Su Yu gave him a disdainful glance and said irritably, becoming a celestial god is not so simple. Only by holding our ground do we have a chance. If we are lucky enough to encounter extraordinary warriors, we could ride the winds to ascend, which is better than facing the heavenly Daos trials alone. After hearing this, Jianghu once again shifted his gaze towards the distant chaos evil demon. Taking a deep breath, he leaped and joined the battle, with Su Yu not lingering and following closely behind. As far as the eye can see, figures from all directions are still relentlessly charging toward the chaos evil demon, and there are always those who fall, with the vast earth strewn with blood and dismembered limbs. All those participating in this battle are either the top talents or the most powerful from various worlds. Yet, in the presence of the chaos evil demon, they seem as insignificant as insects, their spells and divine skills not even capable of dispersing the demonic chi surrounding it. At the same time, atop layers of clouds, a formidable figure overlooks it all, donned in the oppressive silver armor of the celestial court. Behind him stand two immortal gods in robes, looking down indifferently at the battle below. As immortal gods, they have witnessed countless such battles and they do not sympathize with the fallen, for anyone who has come here has done so with resolution, and even in death, they harbor no regrets. The celestial calming god slowly said, "This batch of the celestial army doesn't have many with great potential. Even if they survive this ordeal, few are likely to achieve greatness." The two immortal gods behind him silently nodded, each holding a jade disc in one hand and their other hands swiftly moving as though writing something. The news that Tai Immortal Monarch had been suppressed by Gu did not spread, at least in the celestial spirit great world. Except for Guan and an Exian, no one knew that Tai Immortal Monarch had been there. And after Tai Immortal Monarch's soul was cast into reincarnation, the celestial spirit Great World also did not experience any significant upheavals. It wasn't until the celestial spirit god stepped out from the world gate that he stood before it, sensing something faintly, and looked at the celestial spirit Great World with shock in his eyes. He could feel a trace of presence left by Tai Immortal Monarch. Tai Immortal Monarch had been here, but nothing had happened to the celestial spirit Great World. What did that indicate? Search * the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. His reverence for Guan deepened. He had guessed that Guan possessed the great power to contend with Tai Immortal Monarch, but he had not thought that this battle would end in silence. What did that indicate? There could be a vast disparity between Tai Immortal Monarch and Guan. The celestial spirit god took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face as he felt everything was heading in a favorable direction. He returned to his previous spot and sat down to continue his cultivation. Sending Jianghu to the misty immortal court, he too was deeply moved. After many years, the misty immortal court remained unfathomable, and his close friend had already surpassed him, filling him with a fighting spirit. To know his talents had been acknowledged by the celestial court. Before becoming the celestial spirit god, his life was filled with nothing but cheers and praises. As the celestial spirit god closed his eyes, the gears of time in the human world began to speed up. A year passes as if a day. In the blink of an eye. Another 10,000 years have passed. The human world has changed beyond recognition, and countless living beings have come and gone, yet the faces governing heaven and earth haven't changed much. This year, as spring ended, Guan stood at the mountaintop, facing the wind as he stood upright. An hour earlier he had used the lifespan projection feature, hoping to enhance his path of power. To him now, spending 1 trillion years of his lifespan wasn't too painful. After the consumption, he still had over 14 trillion years left. As the projection ended, a prompt appeared before his eyes, and he couldn't help but close his eyes to start feeling the insights of the path of power. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly halted, and the Tao rules began to change, causing the creatures on this land to feel suppressed. This time, Guan didn't pass on his Tao insights within a dojo. Instead, he deliberately chose a continent with a less advanced immortal cultivation atmosphere for the transfer of his insights. As Guan pursued enlightenment, the power of the great Tao began to pour into this mainland. Countless cultivators felt uneasy due to the change in nature's spiritual energy, but before long, they felt an inexplicable sense that made them subconsciously review the cultivation techniques they've mastered. Soon, this continent fell into silence as the influence of Guan's pursuit of enlightenment continued to expand, reaching out towards the oceans and other continents. After a long while, Guan's enlightenment came to an end, and he opened his eyes, then disappeared from the spot. After his departure, silhouettes streaked across the sky. These people carried the aura of saints, like enlightened ascetics, observing the mountains and rivers along the way as if in search of something. Guan arrived in a city of the human world in one step. It was a mortal city with only a few cultivators who kept their cultivation levels hidden, unknown to others. He entered a bookshop and started to peruse the collection. His thoughts drifted to Jianghu of the Tai's great world. Jianghu had suddenly disappeared for a few thousand years, and even Guan could not divine his karma. Guan speculated it was related to the celestial court. Fortunately, Jianghu later returned unharmed to the Tai's great world, so Guan did not think too much about it. Whenever Jianghu and Suyu mentioned the celestial court, Guan could not hear nor deduce anything. Perhaps this was why the celestial court was so mysterious. Even reaching the Daluo Dao fruit realm, one cannot pry into the celestial court's karma. Although Jianghu had returned, his will was clearly dejected, and Guan hesitated whether to give him some guidance or not. Guan could guess that Jianghu might have suffered a setback in the land of the celestial court. Most likely he failed in competing for a celestial Dao immortal position with other outstanding figures, or lost hope and was hugely hit. On the other hand, Suyu was unaffected and started to frolic in the human world and stopped cultivating after returning to the Tai's great world. Guan thought about these things, but soon his attention was caught by the books in his hands. When it comes to writing, books by mortals are indeed more delightful to read. Those written by cultivators are too utilitarian and lack the delicacy in expressing human emotions. Dear customer, if you like this Yen Lao's Secret Lover, why not buy it? If you purchase the whole set, it'll even include original character illustrations drawn by the author, the bookkeeper approached enthusiastically. Guan closed the book in his hands, put it back on the shelf, and turned to leave. Seeing this, the bookkeeper's face showed displeasure. Looking decent enough, but why only look and not spend any money? How stingy! Shopkeeper, take out all the illustrations you mentioned, I'll buy them, said Guan, his voice drifting back, clearing the cloud from the bookkeeper's face and bringing a beaming smile. All right, dear customer, just give me a moment. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639. The world's #1 determination. The setting sun dipped below the horizon within the Taoist field of the beginningless. Humming a tune, Guan walked along the mountain path, feeling rather pleased and occasionally reaching out to touch the flowers and plants along the way. After half a day of contemplation, he decided not to assist Zhang Buku, but rather to let Zhang Buku solve his own predicaments. His intention was to ensure the preservation of Zhang Buku's life. He was also curious to see how Su Yu would help Zhang Buku become one of the heavenly court immortals. Upon reaching the courtyard atop the mountain, as soon as Guan entered, the long-awaiting celestial scion and Tian Bai approached him. Aside from them, only Shen Zhen and the white spirit rat were in the courtyard. Master, Emperor Tianhong wishes to be disciples at the Taoist field of the beginningless. What do you think? Celestial Scion asked first. Tian Bai also looked at Guan with anticipation. Early this morning, Emperor Tianhong from the Tao court arrived at the Jianghu sect, causing a huge commotion. He proclaimed his desire to become a disciple of the beginningless, an announcement that startled the upper echelons of the Jianghu sect, prompting them to call upon Celestial Scion and Tian Bai. 20,000 years ago, Wuxia disciples emerged, saving all living beings. Although it was ultimately the supporting Tao Sword Venerable who reversed the tides of chaos, the exploits and great fame of the Wuxia disciples remained illustrious. These disciples, with realms not considered top-tier during their time, wielded mysterious Tao treasures and were undefeated, leaving a profound impression on all the major sects of the world. The location of the beginningless was easy to speculate, so it was not surprising that the Tao court disciples managed to find the Jianghu sect. However, Emperor Tianhong, the most illustrious figure post-catastrophe of the innate human race, expressing a desire to join the beginningless, caused a tremor throughout the Jianghu sect. The Jianghu sect was itself established with the support of the beginningless, so they held it in good esteem, feeling that if a personage like Emperor Tianhong were to switch his allegiance to the beginningless, it would bode well for them, perhaps even securing him as a connection for their future. Guan replied offhandedly, "Do not accept him, and also inform everyone under the heavens that the beginningless does not recruit disciples. Those fated will join the beginningless naturally." Even if Emperor Tianhong were not a pawn of the Tai Immortal monarch, he still would not accept him. He only takes disciples based on a connection of fate. As for talent, it is secondary. The world is vast, brimming with countless geniuses. Though the Blood Prison Great Saint is currently the undisputed top disciple in the dojo, there are many across the world whose talent surpasses his. In this new era, every so often, an extraordinary genius carrying the destiny of heaven and earth is born, and ordinary humans with lifespans reaching the limit of 9,999 years can be found everywhere. On his occasional travels, Guan has encountered such individuals with the ultimate lifespan, merely giving them a second glance without the inclination to take disciples. Master, Emperor Tianhong's fame is unparalleled, and with Tianhao gone, no one in the world can compare to him. If we accept him, it will surely enhance the renown of our beginningless. If you do not wish to teach him personally, you can let us accept him as disciples, Celestial Scion continued, having encountered increasingly more fame and fortune since managing Qinkuan's sect on behalf of an Xian, which also caused a shift in their thoughts. They wanted the beginningless to be renowned across the world, to become the preeminent Holy Land. They believed that with Guan, the beginningless was incomparable to any Dao court. Circling around them, Guan walked towards his own room, while saying, "I do not seek fame. If you wish to chase after vanity, you are free to go out and establish your own sect in the future." Hearing this, Celestial Cyan and Tianbai looked at each other. They dared not persuade Guan any further. In front of the artifact refining cauldron, Shenzhen glanced at them and shook her head slightly, but said nothing. Even the disciples within the Taoist field of the beginningless were starting to pursue fame and fortune. It seemed the world was likely to become embroiled in conflict once again. Thinking this, Shenzhen, who has long contemplated the path of cause and effect, gained deeper insights into the movement of destiny in the world. The world has been reshaped for nearly 100,000 years, besides the earlier calamities wrought by the innate human race in the human world. A peaceful backdrop has always prevailed. However, human hearts are restless, and disputes will inevitably arise. But even if chaos engulfs the world, what concern is it of hers? Shenzhen withdrew her thoughts and continued her contemplation of the great Tao. After staying in place for a while, Celestial Cyan and Tianbai went to the Qinkuan sect to reject Emperor Tianhong. They waited until night fell. The two women returned, walking through the forest. They stopped before a stream. Celestial Cyan turned her head, her peripheral vision glancing back, and said, "Please return. Further ahead is unauthorized entry into Wuxia." A figure emerged from the deep woods, an attractive man dressed in blue with an extraordinary demeanor, unable to hide the pride between his eyebrows. He was none other than the current first pride of Dao Court, Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong looked at the two women and said, "I will not force my way into Wuxia. I just want to prove my determination to the supporting Dao sword venerable." Celestial Cyan and Tianbai crossed the stream and then turned to face Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong approached the stream, lifted his robe, and knelt on the spot. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy passed through the eyes of the two women. Although they had refused Emperor Tianhong, deep down they still hoped that Wuxia could have such an exceptional talent like him, so that the name of Wuxia would become even more widespread. They did not dare to defy Guan, and could only hope that Emperor Tianhong could sway Guan with his own efforts. Tianbai warned, "If you cross this river without permission, you may not only forfeit your chance of entering Wuxia but also face irrecoverable doom." Emperor Tianhong, kneeling before the river, puffed out his chest and raised his head, his expression resolute. Despite no reply, he had already revealed his determination. Celestial Cyan and Tianbai turned and left, disappearing into the night. Beneath the night sky, the mountains and forests were tranquil, with occasional insects chirping, calming Emperor Tianhong's heart. Even though he was currently regarded as the foremost prodigy in the world, Emperor Tianhong felt no humiliation as this was his choice. Memories from thousands of years ago surfaced in his mind. He had wandered the world, visiting a place known as the Tai Tsong continent. Hearing that the supreme sect had once been blessed by an immortal, he went there to explore. It was not until he stepped onto the heaven-repairing platform and grasped the axe that he knew. After a brief moment of astonishment, he firmed up a thought in his mind. He must acquire this legacy. Unable to lift the heaven-splitting axe, he could only pursue the supporting Dao sword venerable. He returned to the Dao court and, using the court's power, eventually discovered that the venerable was hidden within the 9-spirit continent. Sir, the novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. To break away from the Dao court, he did not immediately head to the 9-spirit continent. Instead, he spent thousands of years fervently completing Dao court tasks as his reply to the Dao court. His will also attracted the attention of the master of the Dao court, Yuan Songzi, who after understanding his determination, also expressed support. Yuan Songzi knew better than Emperor Tianhong the strength of the supporting Dao sword venerable. In Yuan Songzi's eyes, following the venerable for cultivation, Emperor Tianhong would be able to display even greater talent and truly surpass Tianhao. With the support of his sect, Emperor Tianhong felt lighter about this journey. He had anticipated hitting a wall, so he was not in a hurry. For him now, waiting was blissful, his heart filled with endless anticipation. He was delighted throughout this entire night. Days passed by. Celestial Scion, Tianbai, and White Spirit Rat occasionally passed by him, but he remained unmoved, kneeling before the river. After kneeling for 10 years, his state of mind was still without ripples. However, when he had knelt for hundreds of years and still had not seen the supporting Dao sword venerable, a sense of panic finally began to emerge in his heart. He had abandoned everything and came with determination. If he couldn't enter as a disciple under the supporting Dao sword venerable, how would he face the Dao court? How would he establish himself in this world? A myriad of thoughts began to invade Emperor Tianhong's mind, his hands clenching his knees, exerting a slight force. Source: Web novel. Com, updated on Novlove. Com if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640. Kneeling for 10,000 years. Emperor Tianhong's heart was in turmoil. Although everything in his eyes had not changed with the passage of 100 years, he felt a tremendous malice. He couldn't imagine the situation he would face returning to the Dao court after failing to become a disciple, let alone the Dao court. When he came to the Jianghu sect, how many disciples of the Jianghu sect watched him? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, even developing a sense of rage in his heart. This anger was so confused even he couldn't tell whom it was directed at. Hate the supporting Dao sword venerable? But supporting Dao sword venerable had no reason or obligation to take him in. If anyone was to blame, it was his own insufficient talent. The supporting Dao sword venerable had taken Tianhao as a disciple, and Tianhao was the champion of his era before him. Since before his birth, Tianhao had vanished, so there were always people who believed he was not the strongest champion of all time because he never defeated Tianhao. After the tribulation of the innate human race, everyone knew that Tianhao was a disciple of the supporting Dao sword venerable, which made Tianhao even more legendary. When Tianhao disappeared, people liked to use him to suppress the geniuses of the world. In fact, while Tianhao was alive, he also endured the same doubts Emperor Tianhong faces today. But regardless, without defeating Tianhao, Emperor Tianhong could not truly consider himself the greatest champion through the ages. Emperor Tianhong's thoughts ran wild uncontrollably. Even though reason told him that 100 years was nothing, he couldn't help but dwell on it. Kneeling by the small river, as he gazed at his own reflection on the water's surface, Emperor Tianhong suddenly felt very vulnerable and truly unworthy of the title of the world's #1 champion. It was at that moment he saw a figure emerging from the depths of the forest on the opposite side. As he made out the person's face, a confused expression appeared on his own. It was neither Celestial Scion nor Tianbai. He had never seen this woman before. The newcomer was an Exian. An Exan, in her Scion dress with delicate makeup, had cool and distant eyes and brows, resembling a fairy living reclusively in the mountains. Her aura, untainted by the mundane world, caused Emperor Tianhong's gaze to shift. An Exan saw Emperor Tianhong, her expression as cold as ever. She walked to the front of the river and stopped. Her gaze landed on Emperor Tianhong, her eyes without a ripple of emotion. "I heard you are the Dao Court's #1 talent and the strongest one in the world today. We are both divine immortals of wondrous Dharma. How about we spar?" An Exian spoke, her tone allowing no refusal. Emperor Tianhong frowned and asked, "May I ask if fellow Taoist is a Wuxia disciple?" An Exian answered, "I am considered the foremost disciple of Wuxia. If you defeat me, you will be eligible to join Wuxia." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianhong's eyes blazed with a fierce light. Having knelt and waited for 100 years, his mood was already irritable. With Zin's sudden approach, it seemed like the very opportunity he had been yearning for. He wanted to show the sword venerable his talent. Emperor Tianhong stood up, with mud and grass falling from his legs. His aura changed abruptly, the wild wind howled, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently. "Where shall we spar?" Emperor Tianhong asked, his intense gaze domineering, his hair dancing wildly like flames. And Xin's eyes flickered with purple light. She replied indifferently, "No need to go elsewhere, right here will do. It will be over quickly." Essia the Novel Fire. Net asterisk website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Emperor Tianhong felt humiliated, his robe began to billow, a terrifying aura emanated from within him. Meanwhile, inside an inn belonging to the Jianghu sect, Guan was drinking with his friends who enjoyed meat and wine, when suddenly they felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. This wine and meat friend named Qiuzhua exclaimed in shock and suspicion, "Could it be someone is causing trouble within the sect?" Although the Jianghu sect of today is far from comparing to the Dao court, in the eyes of the rank-and-file disciples, the Jianghu sect is an authentic and major power, dominating a region. Whoever dares to cause trouble within the Jianghu sect is truly seeking death. Guan laughed and said, "Since it's happening within the sect, why should we worry? Let's keep drinking and continue talking about Yi Lang's affairs." Yi Lang, the offspring of the sect hierarch Yi Qingshan, may not be considered outstanding in terms of talent within the Yi family, but with his free-spirited and unrestrained character, he always manages to do things that become the subject of much gossip. Qiuzhua thought that Gu An's words made sense, so he resumed recounting the tales of Yi Lang's amorous exploits. The terrifying aura appeared abruptly and dissipated just as quickly. The entire process took less than 10 breaths, which led to much speculation among the disciples of the Jianghu sect in various cities. In the forest, Emperor Tianhong was half kneeling in front of a river, one hand propped against his knee, the other dangling naturally. As he laboriously raised his head to look up, his face covered in cold sweat and bloodshot eyes. An Exin stood on the opposite side of the river, about a zhang away from him, her purple pupils gradually retracting their unusual shimmer. Compared to Emperor Tianhong's face full of shock and fear, Xin's expression remained indifferent. How is this possible? What divine skill was that just now? Emperor Tianhong ground his teeth and asked. He couldn't accept his own crushing defeat, especially since it was at the hands of someone in the same realm. An Exine replied, "This is a divine skill taught to me by my master. You don't need to feel sad about it. Although we are in the same realm, I reached this realm long before you were born. Your talent is still higher than mine, but it's not so simple to get accepted into Wuxia." Having said this, she stepped forward and flickered past Emperor Tianhong, heading toward the Jianghu sect. Emperor Tianhong looked down and asked through clenched teeth, "Did the sword venerable send you here?" "He doesn't have that kind of leisure time. I just sensed that your Dao heart was wavering. It's only been a century, yet you can't hold on, which disappoints those in the dojo who have expectations for you. However, retreating is also not a problem. There are many paths in the world, and you don't necessarily have to enter Wuxia." An Exin didn't stop her steps, her figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianhong's pupils dilated, and a color of shame surged in his heart. Indeed, it's only been a century. What is a century to cultivators? Memories of the previous battle flashed through Emperor Tianhong's mind, and his eyes became fervent. Being such formidable Wuxia disciples serves to prove the profound heritage of Wuxia. Even if it takes 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, he must enter Wuxia. Emperor Tianhong straightened his spine and knelt once more. This time, he swept away his previous impatience, and his gaze returned to the steadfastness of when he had first arrived. A gentle breeze passed by, lifting the hair beside his ears. Amidst the sound of the wind, he seemed to hear the supporting Dao sword venerable calling out to him. Calling out the word, "disciple." Emperor Tianhong's lips curved upwards, for Xin's strength made him long for Wuxia all the more. Years went by quickly. When tens of thousands of years had once again passed, the forest where Emperor Tianhong was located seemed unchanged, as if secluded from the world, unaffected by the rules of heaven and earth. There was no alteration in Emperor Tianhong's attire, but his hair had grown longer, and his beard reached the ground. He kept his eyes closed, his whole being radiating an aura of profound mystery. Not far off, on a tree branch, Guan and an Exin stood side by side, observing Emperor Tianhong. An Exen spoke up, "Master, if you truly do not wish to accept him, shall I drive him away?" Emperor Tianhong's decade-long kneeling did not only move her. Other disciples of the dojo also became aware of this man's determination and were touched by it. As the number one prodigy of the world, he has managed to patiently kneel in this place for tens of thousands of years, which is unimaginable how resolute his determination is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641 Celestial Plan, Chaos Grudge Luo, no need, I didn't say I'd definitely not take him as a disciple. Guwen looked down at Emperor Tianhong and replied softly. The reasons he did not take Emperor Tianhong as a disciple were, firstly, he did not favor him, and secondly, Emperor Tianhong was a reincarnation of an immortal god, with the consequences of Tai immortal monarch's karma trailing behind. However, reincarnation creates a new personality. Judging from Emperor Tianhong's inner voice, he genuinely wished to take Guwen as his master. The reason why Guwen was hesitating was because he wanted to wait until he achieved his own breakthrough before accepting him, using the opportunity to further temper Emperor Tianhong. An Exen remarked with emotion, "If it were Tianhao kneeling, managing to kneel for 100 years would be already quite good." Setting aside talent, she felt that even she herself wouldn't be able to kneel for 10,000 years. Guwen's eyes did not show any change as he gazed at Emperor Tianhong, probing into his future. Standing near Emperor Tianhong, he still did not notice the two of them. After kneeling for 10,000 years, Emperor Tianhong had entered a state of self-forgetfulness. He was contemplating the natural laws of heaven and earth, thus forgetting the torment of time. "By the way, Master, how is Tianhao faring these days?" An Exien turned to Guwen and asked curiously. She believed her master could see the situation of the misty immortal court. Guwen smiled and said, "Mixed blessings, but in any case, he won't die." Hearing this, an Exen was completely relieved, and then she began to talk about the affairs of the world. Over the years, she occasionally replaced Celestial Cyan and Tian Bai in dealings with the Jianghu sect. After all, she couldn't let the two always be busy, she also needed time to relax. The current world could be said to be in the same state every millennium, with heroes coming forth in great numbers. The ruling power of the Tao court was weakening, mainly due to the rising number of forces. The Tao court, upholding the Tao, could only watch as other powers grew stronger. With more and more powerful forces emerging, the strife in the world would naturally increase. However, compared to the calamity brought by outer heaven, the conflicts within the world seemed trivial. An Exen talked about a prodigy that had risen in the Tao court in the recent 10,000 years. It was undeniable that the Tao court had a profound foundation. Just as Emperor Tianhong had left for 10,000 years, another number one prodigy emerged, and now people were using Emperor Tianhong to suppress this prodigy. Without initiating a war, it seems that only creating momentum can maintain the Tao court's absolute ruling position, said an Xin in a teasing tone. Guwen did not comment on the Tao court. He had a deeper understanding of it than an Xin did, as he often stayed at the Tao court to accompany Xiaolan. Xiaolan had good talent, and with the support from Guwen's Tao intent, she had always been one of the top prodigies of the Tao court. However, because she disliked public attention, the title of the number one prodigy never fell upon her. Recently, the Tao court was preparing to initiate the Celestial Plan, aiming to search for other great thousand worlds. Having no intention to suppress the sects within the world, they sought to pursue stronger powers and greater resources. Such ambitions filled most of the upper echelons with pride, feeling that they possessed a higher vision than the world's sects, embodying the magnanimity of the world's common lord. Guwen thought the Tao court's idea was quite good, and he was ready to ask the celestial spirit god to help facilitate it. Born in the celestial spirit great world, he also wanted to see different developments from the past emerge there. If every era was headed towards destruction, then Guwen's effort in saving all living beings would lose its purpose. His decision was not to let the Tao court grow unbridled, but he felt that cultivators should always climb higher and chase after the great Tao. The existence of the World Gate seemed more like a restraint on the development of cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, the World Gate did not seem like a natural phenomenon. At this moment, Guwen was considering whether or not to allow the disciples of his dojo to venture out. He had his disciples in seclusion all year round in order to accumulate their strength, not to limit their freedom. His greatest concern was Qin Chuan. When Xiao Chuan was first reincarnated as Qin Chuan, he encountered a mysterious karmic force that cursed him, nearly causing the death of his parents. When the innate human race caused trouble, Chen Chuan went out for experiences and did not suffer from the curse again, which is why Guwen considered letting him go out as well. After much deliberation, Guwen decided to leave the choice to Qin Chuan. "Let's go for a walk outside." Having said this, Guwen jumped down, followed closely by an Exin. They passed by Emperor Tianhong, with Guwen even giving his shoulder a light pat. Emperor Tianhong seemed to sense something, opened his eyes, but saw nothing. He thought it was just a breeze. Perhaps it was because he had knelt for such a long time that he didn't rush to enter Wuxia. He felt that his current state was conducive to enlightenment. The path of power, strange, how did I come to comprehend such a forceful great Tao? Emperor Tianhong muttered to himself, not thinking it was because his talent was too strong. He had never felt like this in the Tao court before. He had a realization in his heart. Even though the supporting Tao Sword Venerable had not shown himself, with an Exin probing him, it was impossible for the Sword Venerable to not be aware of him. Perhaps his current insights were a gift from the supporting Tao Sword Venerable. Emperor Tianhong was not surprised, for even without such a gift he would persist. The greatest benefit of kneeling for 10,000 years was that he had shed the pressure brought on by being called the foremost of the proud celestials. Vain titles are but passing clouds. He is Emperor Tianhong. He wanted to find the true meaning of his existence. Above the boundless sea of clouds, an enormous golden furnace floated. On its surface were engraved various divine beast patterns and majestic mountains and rivers, and crowning it were some towering peaks, exuding a grand presence. The yellow-robed Taoist, who had played Go with Tai Immortal Monarch earlier, stood at the edge of a cliff, looking down at the world inside the furnace. The furnace interior was a world unto itself with mountains and rivers, and even fierce beasts fighting. The robust Tao spiritual qi would rush up like the wind from time to time. The yellow-robed Taoist furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Right at that moment, a golden ring of light appeared beside him, quickly expanding, and a figure stepped out from within. The newcomer was the celestial calming god. The leader of the celestial army, whom Zhang Buku and Suyu had pledged allegiance to, was the celestial calming god. The celestial calming god raised his hand in salute and said, "Immortal monarch, anomalies from chaos are emerging in the 3,000 great worlds, rapidly dispersing to each of the great 1,000 worlds. One of these anomalies has even come to trial under my command. This is not good." Sar the Nelfire. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The one known as Huang Feng Immortal Monarch, the yellow-robed Taoist, tilted his head to look at him and asked, "Anomalies from chaos? Which anomaly?" The celestial calming god responded, "It should be Chaos Grudge Luo. I have captured immense resentment from the soul's depths of that infiltrator. If left unchecked and allowed to spread rapidly, it will become a great calamity." Grudge Luo? The eyes of Huang Feng Immortal Monarch flickered, sinking into contemplation. The celestial calming god stopped speaking, waiting for Huang Feng Immortal Monarch's command. After a long while, Huang Feng Immortal Monarch spoke, "Do not act rashly for now. Perhaps Grudge Luo's existence is linked to bigger karma and causality." The celestial calming god frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said, "If left unchecked, many living beings will die. If we don't eradicate the roots of this disaster along with it, even more living beings will die." The words of Huang Feng Immortal Monarch caused the celestial calming god's frown to deepen. He gave Huang Feng Immortal Monarch a long look, no longer objecting. Huang Feng Immortal Monarch still stared into the world within the golden furnace and said, "Since you're here, take this trip for me. Go to Profound Star Immortal Monarch and deliver this item to him." With that, he lifted his right hand, and a piece of Jianghu enveloped by billowing purple qi appeared in his palm, swiftly flying towards the celestial calming god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642 True Immortal's Appearance. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed. In the Dao Court, within Shaolan's grotto heaven, Guwen and Xiaolan were sitting in a small pavilion, drinking and chatting. Xiaolan was talking about the celestial plan she had just learned about, and she wanted to venture into the outer heaven. Guwen listened attentively, but his thoughts were on his own lifespan. His lifespan had accumulated to over 2 trillion years, and currently he gains about 50 million years annually, even without expanding Medicine Valley. Brother Gu, do you think I should join the celestial plan? Xiaolan asked hesitantly. She wanted to join, to experience a broader world and have the chance for greater opportunities, but she couldn't take Guwen with her and didn't know how many years it would take before she could return. Guwen smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. If you're worried about me, there's no need. Just think about it, you often seclude yourself for cultivation, and I still live well. I have many friends in the Dao Court, I am not alone. Go ahead and venture, I will wait for you here to return." Upon hearing this, Xiaolan's face lit up with a smile, as Brother Gu was always so supportive of her. Thinking about it, Guwen managed to stay in the Dao Court for tens of thousands of years without any issue, which proves his capability in handling affairs. She didn't have such a big influence in the Dao Court, even peerless prodigies and great figures occasionally find themselves in trouble. Xiaolan continued, "My master also wants me to advance, to strive for the top treatment as the first prodigy in the Dao Court." After Emperor Tianhong left, although the Dao Court promoted another unparalleled prodigy, there's a clear gap compared to Emperor Tianhong. My master said I have a chance to take the title of the top prodigy, and she will mobilize all her connections to build momentum for me. Guwen listened carefully. Where there are people, there are rivalries like those of the martial world, especially in a major power like the Dao Court, where the internal power struggles are extremely fierce. Behind each prized prodigy, there are numerous cultivators striving to support them. The number of cultivators in the Dao Court is countless. Many are unknown geniuses or powerhouses. The reason for their obscurity is due to lack of promotion. Talking about Emperor Tianhong, Xiaolan sighed, "I have seen Emperor Tianhong, he truly had an imposing presence, making one feel at first sight that he could make a name for himself in the world. The Dao Court also treated him very well, giving him the best resources. Yet he chose to go and apprentice under the supporting Dao Sword Venerable. I heard that the supporting Dao Sword Venerable has repeatedly saved the world, truly a true immortal of the human world, but how can Wuxia compare to the Dao Court?" Guwen laughed. Maybe what he's pursuing is a stronger Taoist technique. Cultivation lies in the individual. Although the Wuxi's disciples are famous for a while, their cultivation level is not far superior to the contemporary talents. Mainly they rely on the Dao treasures of the beginningless to fight, which shows the cultivation resources Wuxia can provide are not top-notch. After all, they reside hidden in a small corner of the world. Xiaolan shook her head, saying she didn't know much about the supporting Dao Sword Venerable, but in her view, the Dao Court is the strongest sect. After all, she belongs to the Dao Court. Guwen found her questioning of Wuxia interesting and added, "Anyway, this is your opportunity. The road to immortal cultivation is extremely long, and everyone has their choices. You once made a decision that others around you didn't understand, which was to always take me with you." Xiaolan blinked and said, "That's different." During the conversation, she moved closer to Guwen, tightly hugging his arm. "If something happens to Brother Gu one day, and I need to give up my cultivation, I will not hesitate. TSK, aren't you cursing me? Hey, I am expressing my true feelings here, why aren't you moved? I do not hope for that day to come, and I will not let you face such a choice." Guwen raised his hand and wrapped it around Xiaolan's waist, speaking softly. Xiaolan feels very happy in this life, now without any worries in her heart, something Guwen is pleased to see and will do his best to maintain. Unlike dealing because she was his junior sister, Guan accompanied her in person. The mature medicinal herbs could afford a delay of a month. After Xiao Lan left Grotto Heaven, Guan then went to other medicine valleys to start collecting medicinal herbs. As Xiao Lan began to pursue the higher great Tao of heaven and earth, Guan felt that he also needed to step up and improve the lifespan and income of each medicine valley. Xiao Lan followed the Tao court and flew in the void for several years before finally arriving at the legendary World Gate. There were hundreds of people on this journey. Like her, there were 20 geniuses in total. The others were great cultivators of the Tao court, all with cultivation levels above the Zizai Immortal realm, and leading them was Yuan Songzi, the master of the Tao court. Yuan Songzi performed the cloud ascending technique, carrying everyone as they flew together. CTH Nefire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Above the clouds, Xiao Lan gazed far into the distance at the World Gate, utterly astonished by it. Even though she was a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma, she instinctively felt overwhelmed. The majestic aura of the great Tao made her breath quicken. It was not just her, the other cultivators felt the same. Except for Yuan Songzi, it was the first time for everyone else to see the World Gate. They quickly landed on the square in front of the World Gate. Yuan Songzi walked briskly forward and bowed to the celestial spirit god in front of him. Everyone's gaze fell on the celestial spirit god who was shrouded in the celestial Tao immortal light, rendering his true appearance inscrutable. Is this the true form of an immortal god? Xiao Lan marveled inwardly, feeling somewhat regretful. Such a majestic celestial gate, such formidable immortal gods, and Brother Gu could not see it. Truly a great regret in life. In the human world, 99% of cultivators spend their entire lives unable to witness the form of an immortal. The celestial spirit god did not speak, but the World Gate behind him began to tremble, and strong light from the heavenly Tao burst forth. Everyone pass by the celestial god in turn and pay respects. Follow me through the gate. Yuan Songzi spoke as he turned back, then walked towards the intense light inside the World Gate. The others followed closely, each person's presence affecting the celestial spirit god as they approached. When it was Xiao Lan's turn, she also bowed, but whether it was an illusion or not, she felt the celestial spirit god's form seemed to change, but she didn't dare to look closely and quickly moved away. After everyone from the Tao court had vanished into the World Gate, the celestial spirit god opened his eyes, the celestial Tao immortal light dispersed, and he murmured with a frown, "Strange, why did that girl make my heart flutter?" Could it be? The celestial spirit god suddenly guessed a possibility, his expression turning peculiar. He raised his eyes to look towards the celestial spirit great world, his gaze landing beside the Qiankuan sect. He couldn't probe Wuxia, but he could see Emperor Tianhong's kneeling figure. He could also sense that Emperor Tianhong was a reincarnation of an immortal god, so he was curious about how Guan would treat Emperor Tianhong. His gaze then shifted to the human world, but unfortunately, no matter how he searched, he could not find the reincarnated form of Tai Immortal Monarch. And he did not know where Tai Immortal Monarch was suffering. As it happens, this is already the second immortal god to descend and suffer. Will there be more immortal gods reincarnated and suffering in the celestial spirit great world due to offending Guan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Zhao Russian, the struggle of the Taoist emperor. The sunlight, filtering through the gaps in the leaves, shone onto the river, creating a golden phosphorescence. Emperor Tianhong was still kneeling by the river, his beard touching the ground, knees deep in the mud, his eyes closed, his black hair spilling out. He seemed to merge with the forest, his breath natural. Thousands of years have passed since Xiao Lan left, and Emperor Tianhong has been kneeling there for over 21,000 years. Footsteps approached from behind, and a man dressed in black appeared. He was handsome, with his black hair coiled up under a headpiece, a sword and a gourd hanging at his waist. He was like an unsheathed treasure sword, impossible to restrain. The legendary foremost pride of the world, Emperor Tianhong, nurtured by the Tao court to be the Taoist emperor, yet kneeling here unable to rise. It seems the supporting Dao sword venerable holds you in low regard. Do you have any regrets? The man in black stopped, his voice cold as he stared at Emperor Tianhong's back. Without opening his eyes, Emperor Tianhong asked softly, "Who are you?" His voice was slightly hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. "Zhao Russian, I too am known as the foremost pride of the world," the man in black answered coldly. Emperor Tianhong remained silent. Zhao Russian continued, "You might not recognize me, but I have seen you. When I first entered the Dao court with no prominent talents, I saw you returning from slaying demons, and the entire city's disciples shouting your name. You were who I and all disciples aspired to become." Listening to him, Emperor Tianhong still did not utter a sound. "You left the Dao court, making me who I am today. I received substantial support from the Dao court, becoming the new foremost pride of the world, sweeping through peers of my realm. I fought across the land for 1,000 years without rest. Yet many compare me to you, saying I have not defeated you, and do not deserve the title of the foremost in the world." As Zhao Russian spoke, he paused, his gaze sharpening. "So, you came to challenge me?" Emperor Tianhong asked, still not rising, clearly unworried about Zhao Russian launching a surprise attack. "Actually, in my heart, I also feel inferior to you," Zhao Russian stated calmly, taking a step forward as he continued. "Now I too follow the path of pursuing the Taoist emperor, which is the legacy left by the Ting master before his departure. He said both you and I are qualified to achieve the Taoist emperor, to lead the Dao court to unprecedented heights. Come back, since Wuxia looks down on you, why endure humiliation here? Do you know your deeds have spread across the world, and everyone knows the unparalleled pride cultivated by the Dao court kneels in front of Wuxia sect? Do you realize how much criticism the court has faced?" Gradually, Emperor Tianhong opened his eyes, his gaze still full of vitality, unaffected by the passage of time. "I am no longer a disciple of the Dao court. Please return," Emperor Tianhong replied softly. He looked across the river, his gaze shifting left and right, as if searching for something. Zhao Russian furrowed his brows, his right hand resting on the sword scabbard at his waist. "Junior, this is not a place for you to act recklessly," a clear, cold voice came from ahead, startling Zhao Russian to look up, only to see two figures walking out from the depths of the forest across the river. It was an Xian and Qin Chuan. Seeing an Xian, Emperor Tianhong's gaze turned somewhat complicated. He couldn't forget that crushing defeat. He still thinks about what exactly those eyes looked like. Chen Chuan followed by Nzin's side, eyeing Zhao Russian with curiosity, filled with an unsettling feeling from the sword qi he sensed on Zhao Russian. Zhao Russian, looking at an Xian, similarly felt shocked. An Xian gave him an unfathomably profound feeling, particularly when meeting Nzin's gaze, which made him tremble with fear, a feeling he had never experienced, even when facing beings above the Zizai immortal realm. Not to be provoked. This was Zhao Russian's immediate feeling. "May I ask for the senior's name?" Zhao Russian raised his hand in salute, asking courteously. An Xian answered calmly, "Wuxia, an Xian, please leave." Zhao Russian raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a chill climbing up his spine, startling him. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to salute and leave. Although unclear why an Xian held hostility towards him, he also feared dying here. Zhao Russian's presence quickly faded, while an Xian and Chen Chuan approached the river, facing Emperor Tianhong across the stream. Emperor Tianhong looked at an Xian, still not speaking, his gaze remaining calm. An Xian spoke, "He wants to kill you. Is that so?" Emperor Tianhong asked in surprise, thinking that Zhao Russian seemed more like trying to provoke him into returning through reverse psychology. An Xian continued, "And he can do it." Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianhong's brows immediately furrowed. He could feel that Zhao Russian had reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma and had caught up with him in Cultivation realm, but this was also because he had been kneeling for 20,000 years. Even at the same realm, he didn't believe he would lose to anyone other than an Xian. Chen Chuan was also surprised, not expecting Zhao Russian to be so formidable. An Xian looked at Chen Chuan and said, "You go ahead first." Chen Chuan nodded, then disappeared into thin air from where he stood. Emperor Tianhong wasn't very curious about Chen Chuan. He sensed that an Exan had something to say to him, which made ripples arose in his heart. An Exan stared at Emperor Tianhong and said, "That person will be your nemesis. Both of you will become Taoist emperors and will stir a world-shaking conflict in the human world. Didn't you just say he could kill me? If I weren't here, wouldn't I already be dead by his hands? How could I become his nemesis?" Emperor Tianhong curiously asked. "You will die, but you will rise again in reincarnation and contend with him lifetime after lifetime." An Exan spoke in a very calm tone, as if mentioning a trivial matter, leaving Emperor Tianhong silent. He couldn't help but ask, "Can you see my fate?" "Not me." And Zin's answer caused Emperor Tianhong's expression to change for the first time, stirring his long calm heart. "Sword Venerable," an Exan continued, "keep kneeling for now. Master can't accept you temporarily, and I don't know the reason, but perhaps this is part of cultivation. Over the years, you should have felt your Tao practice growing." Emperor Tianhong showed a smile. "Indeed, although my cultivation level hasn't increased, my understanding of the great Tao is growing rapidly. This must be the blessing of the Sword Venerable." This was also the reason he had been kneeling for more than 20,000 years without feeling tired. He had seen hope, and even if he had to kneel for another 100,000 years, he wouldn't feel it was hard. An Exan stopped talking, flashed beside Emperor Tianhong, and continued walking forward. Emperor Tianhong turned his head towards her and asked, "Sister, where are you going?" "I have my matters to attend to." An Exan casually replied, a slight smile curving upon her lips, feeling that Emperor Tianhong was very perceptive. Emperor Tianhong pressed further, "Will Zhao Russian bring good or bad results to the Tao court? Destiny is always changing. Knowing the future in advance would only become an obstacle for you." Before the words were even fully said, an Exan had already disappeared into the depths of the forest. Emperor Tianhong turned back, looking at the river surface, deep in thought. Taoist Emperor? He had heard from Yuan Songzi before that the prodigies of the 3,000 great worlds were all chasing after becoming Taoist emperors, but the celestial spirit great world temporarily had no opportunity to achieve that status. Yuan Songzi had told him to prepare well. According to what an Xian revealed about the future, becoming a Taoist emperor seems to be the crux of future world conflicts. This implies Yuan Songzi will succeed. To become a Taoist emperor, it's necessary to open the pathway to the path of the great Tao for the celestial spirit great world. Emperor Tianhong took a deep breath, clearing his distractions. Just how formidable a Taoist emperor is, he wasn't sure, but the path of power he was currently comprehending was truly strong. Even though his cultivation level had not increased, he could feel his mana undergoing transformation, becoming several times stronger compared to before he knelt. Would such a him also be killed by Zhao Russian? Emperor Tianhong noted Zhao Russian's name, looking forward to their future confrontation. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644. Bizarre invasion for Zhao Russian. Seeking an audience with Emperor Tianhong is a trivial matter. Ever since Zhao Russian's descent into the world, Emperor Tianhong's destiny has changed. Although Emperor Tianhong will ultimately defeat Zhao Russian, he will face numerous hardships and will need many lifetimes to accomplish this victory. Sitting by the lake, playing his zither, Gu and his thoughts drifted with the cause and effect tied to Zhao Russian. Zhao Russian is not the reincarnation of an immortal god, but his destiny pattern is extremely strong. He is destined to reach the pinnacle of the celestial spirit great world, and even bring catastrophe upon heaven and earth. By defeating him, Emperor Tianhong will also ascend to immortality. It is unclear whether Zhao Russian is a product of heaven and earth or a scheme by the immortal gods. If it's the latter, it should have nothing to do with Tai Immortal Monarch. Guan is unable to see through the celestial Tao destiny linked to Tai Immortal Monarch, but he can sense its existence. Perhaps there are other immortal gods eyeing the celestial spirit great world. Fortunate that they do not plan to descend in person. While playing the zither, Guan focused his attention on Shaolan. The Tao court, with its disciples, has been on the path of the great Tao for 10,000 years. This journey, fraught with countless hardships, has reduced their number to less than a third of the original. If not for Guan's repeated interventions, they would have perished within the first 100 years of setting foot on the path of the great Tao. The path of the great Tao has no absolute order, only chaos and slaughter. There, no one speaks of righteousness, for every being on this path is here for the sake of an era. Under the guidance of Yuan Songzi, Shaolan has embarked on the path to chase after the title of Taoist Emperor. To become a Taoist Emperor, one must not only comprehend the Tao rules but also defeat peers and higher-level adversaries on the path of the great Tao, constantly seizing destiny to strengthen oneself. Each Taoist Emperor has reached the summit through a series of life-and-death battles. And this is why Taoist emperors can sweep through all beings at every realm level. With her innate talents, combined with being enveloped in Guan's Tao intent over the years, Shaolan is very familiar with the Tao rules. The clueless Yuan Songzi even thinks that Shaolan possesses a Tao comprehension stronger than that of Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan. Therefore, he has made a last-minute decision to exhaust all efforts to help Shaolan become the first Taoist emperor of the Tao court. CTH Nafire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As a Taoist emperor, Shaolan will inevitably be involved in the struggle between Zhao Rushan and Emperor Tianhong. Yet, because she is on the path of the great Tao, her influence does not reach the celestial spirit great world for the time being, thus the fate of that world remains unchanged. The path of obsession, the great Tao of thoughts. Guan murmured to himself, feeling surprised. Initially, he thought that Shaolan, who cultivated the innate reincarnation skill, would follow the path of reincarnation or the path of soul, or even the path of cause and effect, as he often used it to guide her cultivation. It seems no matter which path one followed before, once one aspires to compete for the title of Taoist Emperor, the great Tao itself will guide the cultivator to the most suitable path for immortal cultivation. Guan began to truly look forward to Shaolan's future. Previously, Shaolan had a smooth journey thanks to his support, and her future was all within his sight. But now, Shaolan has boundless possibilities, even the potential to surpass his control. For those close to him, Guan naturally hopes they will get better and better. If they can live their own brilliance, that would be even more ideal. With these thoughts, Guan's mood became even more brisk, and the music he played turned more ethereal, like the high mountains and flowing rivers before him, bringing peace to one's heart. Guan learned to play the zither from Shenzhen, not that he had high hopes. In the long years, he always tried different things when bored. The sound of the zither was melodious, echoing through the mountains. As the breeze blew, day turned to night, and the constellations shifted. Another 5,000 years passed by. In these 5,000 years, aside from Qin Chuan and Sheng Tian and LV Xian, also left the dojo to make their own way in the world. Chen Chuan founded the sword sect, and its momentum was fierce. And Sheng Tian went back to support the Yin family. Although his destiny with the Yin family had been severed, he chose a disciple from the family to instruct. LV Xian wandered the world, challenging the unparalleled geniuses of various sections. As long as his opponent was not beyond his great realm, he would not use Tao treasures, relying on his true abilities to continuously defeat formidable talents. His fame grew rapidly, and 5,000 years later, he was already among the top talents in the world. However, in the world today, the one with the most fame was still Zhao Rushan, who had mastered the Tao court's supreme divine skill for combat with inscrutable techniques. In this new year, Emperor Tianhong was still kneeling in the forest at the edge of Wuxia. Guan went early in the morning to pick mature medicinal herbs, and continued until evening, when he arrived at an island belonging to the Gathering Flower sect. Jianghu had prepared wine and dishes in advance, waiting for his arrival. Jianghu was now a carefree primordial immortal, and although not as formidable as a Wuxia disciple, she did not stay by Guan's side all year round. Her cultivation level was already the strongest in this sea area. Not only the strongest, but she was also seen as a legend in the hearts of many disciples of the Gathering Flower sect, with rumors of her true capabilities. Although Jiang was not the sect master, she still strategized and made important decisions for the Gathering Flower sect from behind the scenes. Recently, LV Xian's fame has grown quite large, spreading across the 72 seas. Even our sect's disciples are discussing what kind of a sect Wuxia really is. In the pavilion halfway up the mountain, Jiang poured wine for Gu and while saying with a laugh. Beside them was a waterfall, the falling water striking the cliff and raising a misty spray, paired with the lush green flora, creating beauty and a sense of atmosphere. Guan laughed and said, "Wuxia is not any sect, and I don't usually manage them that much." Jiang continued to serve dishes to Guan and curiously asked, "You've been in this world for 130,000 years. What exactly are you pursuing, or to be more precise, who are you avoiding?" Like others, Jiang also felt that Guan had the capability to turn the world upside down before he even met her. She believed he was just putting on a show. What she did not know was that Guan was actually younger than she was. Guan did not specifically clarify this, as admitting the truth would hardly be believed by anyone, and may even plant the seeds of potential trouble. Pursuing? I am hoping for my current lifestyle to continue for a very long time, until I become tired of it. Guan said earnestly, then emptied the cup of wine in one gulp. Really? Jiang looked at Guan, as if she was trying to see through him. Guan raised his hand, took out a scroll, and handed it to Jiang, saying, "This is a formation I created. Study it well, and if you can master it, it could protect the Gathering Flower sect for 1,000,000 years without worries." That powerful? Jiang was pleasantly surprised. She was very interested in formations, as could be seen from the incident at 8 Scenic Cave Heaven. She directly used her divine sense to probe the scroll. Meanwhile, Guan started to talk about the interesting things he had heard recently. Initially, she was just humoring him, but later on, she was completely engrossed in the content of the scroll. Guan simply shook his head with a wry smile, not too concerned. He looked up at the celestial vault, his gaze turning profound. Recently, a strange power was approaching the celestial spirit great world, which might bring disaster. Following this strange power in his deductions, he discovered that many great thousand worlds had already been contaminated by it, and these worlds had plunged into chaos as a result. Those tinged with this power would become violent and bloodthirsty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645. Gu Ennis Reincarnation. Such a bizarre force sweeping across the vast great thousand world. The celestial court should notice it, right? Guan thought silently, although he didn't know exactly where the celestial court was. As he came into contact with more immortal gods, he always felt that immortal gods were omnipresent, and the power of the celestial court was even more domineering, disregarding the wishes of all beings. As for the mysterious, strange force, Guan didn't pay much attention to it. Even if it spread to the celestial spirit great world, it was just another phase of cultivation for all beings, as long as it didn't endanger him. After a long while, when the food had all gone cold, Jiang's attention finally shifted away from the array scroll. She looked at Guan and exclaimed, "Is this really an array that humans can create? It's too vast and intricate, and from the described effects, it seems as terrifying as the rules of heaven and earth." She felt if this array were to be leaked, it would certainly cause a bloodbath, and if someone else had given it to her, she would not dare accept it. "It would take many years to master. You should study it on your own first," Guan said softly with a chuckle. What he provided was not just the array itself. The Taoist techniques contained within were enough for Jiang to comprehend for 1,000,000 years. Jiang nodded. She stored the scroll in her storage ring. Looking at Guan with eyes full of amazement and deep affection, she sighed. "The things you've given me are becoming harder and harder to repay. To be honest, it's pretty stressful." "Then return it to me?" Guan asked with annoyance. Didn't he know Jiang well? This woman just wanted to tease him on the pretext. Jiang laughed playfully. "That won't do, it's already been given." Then she changed the subject and began to talk about the happenings within the Gathering Flower sect. As the person of the highest seniority within the sect, she naturally spoke from the perspective of an elder, leaving Guwen feeling like they were chatting about family matters. Guwen didn't find it boring. On the contrary, he was very interested, occasionally asking questions. Half an hour later. By the way, do you still remember Lu Lingjun? She stayed in your third Medicine Valley once. She's an ascender. The Ascension sect she established is doing quite well, having already gained a foothold. When Jiang Qiong brought up Lu Lingjun, her tone became cheerful. At the same time, she was observing Gu An's expression. She remembered, an XN had mentioned a long time ago that Lu Lingjun wanted to take Gu An as her Dao companion. Ever since Gu An's true identity was revealed, Lu Lingjun seemed to have lost contact with Gu An, not because he didn't want to see her, but because she didn't dare to see him. Over the years, Jiang Qiong had also dealt with Lu Lingjun, and she felt that there was an inherent pride in her. It seemed this woman couldn't accept that Gu An was such a strong being. However, Jiang Qiong suspected that the fact that Lu Lingjun was still alive today, and the Ascension sect had developed so well, was due to Gu An's covert assistance. After she finished talking about Lu Lingjun's situation, she still couldn't see any sign from Gu An's face. Gu An seemed completely indifferent to Lu Lingjun. Gu An showed a smile and said, "Indeed, talking to you is quite interesting. These things I couldn't see within the beginningless." Seeing that he was uninterested in Lu Lingjun, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but ask, "Do you always cultivate? Don't you get bored?" She could never understand why Gu An had left the Supreme Sect. If he disliked the Supreme Sect, he could switch to another sect or city to stay. Why hide in a deserted mountain? She could only think that it was for the sake of cultivation. "My life is far more interesting than you think," Gu An said proudly. Jiang Qiong raised her eyebrows, skeptical. Gu An laughed and said, "For me, the past 130,000 years have been much slower than the time you have experienced. Take the past 100 years for example. I served as a guard for an emperor in the human world for 60 years, aiding 4 emperors. He was telling the truth. In the recent 10,000 years, he liked to experience various identities in the mortal world. Except for when gathering medicinal herbs, he always used his original body to experience them, and in each identity, he never used his mana. He too would get injured and grow old. Isn't this another form of reincarnation?" Jiang Qiong never expected Gu An would do such a thing. She found it both absurd and somewhat interesting to think that a powerful being who could overturn the entire great world was scrambling for power and profit with mortals in the mortal world. Maybe she should try it too? After all, she no longer had to personally oversee the Gathering Flower sect. What followed was Gu An speaking, with Jiang Qiong listening. The more stories she heard, the more she felt that what Gu An was doing was not out of boredom, but a form of cultivation. The sun was shining brightly, the sky clear and cloudless. Above the mountains, numerous cultivators were flying on their swords, as fast as the wind. Their gathering created a tremendous force that shook the mountains and forests violently. In the midst of the crowd, 2 young men flew side by side on their swords. One of them, a youth in black, turned to his companion and excitedly asked, "Long Lin, what kind of demon do you think we'll encounter this time?" The youth known as Long Lin was dressed in a tight blue garment, looking even more handsome and extraordinary in demeanor than the youth in black. Long Lin looked ahead, a smile on his face as he said, "I heard it's a great demon that has lived for 10,000 years. Otherwise, the sect wouldn't send out so many disciples." A great demon that has lived for 10,000 years? How terrifying could that be? The youth in black suddenly grew worried. Long Lin glanced at him and chuckled, "Yang Nian, if you're scared, it's not too late to go back now." Upon hearing this, the youth named Yang Nian's eyes widened immediately, and he said, "How could I possibly be scared? I'm just worried about the other disciples. If our Changyang sect loses this battle, the consequences are unimaginable." Long Lin gazed forward, smiling without saying a word. It wasn't just them. The other disciples of Changyang sect around them were also discussing the upcoming battle. The Changyang sect had been established for thousands of years and was considered a hegemon on the continent, but they had never contended with a 10,000-year-old demon before. "By the way, Long Lin, I heard from an elder brother that your clan has found you? Is that true? Yang Nian asked curiously. He and Long Lin had both been orphans since they were young, raised by an old man in the mountains. By a stroke of fortune, they joined the Changyang sect, and Long Lin was found to have an excellent spirit root. Yang Nian owed his present status to Long Lin's support. He never expected that Long Lin wasn't an orphan and that his clan was looking for him. He felt envious but also happy for Long Lin. Yeah, they told me that my parents didn't abandon me, but rather they perished while on a mission and had to leave me somewhere. The jade pendant my parents left me is actually a high-tier spiritual artifact, and that's also how my clan found me. They want me to return, and I am still considering it, Long Lin replied calmly. Yang Nian continued to probe, is your family powerful? How does it compare with Changyang sect? They should be powerful. They have already persuaded the higher-ups of the sect, and it seems the higher-ups have gained significant benefits and are strongly urging me to return, Long Lin said. Yang Nian felt even more envious at the response. Why didn't he have such a background? Before their cultivation, it was he who protected Long Lin, but ever since they began to cultivate, the roles reversed, and now it was Long Lin taking care of him. Yang Nian was grateful to Long Lin but also couldn't help feeling a surging envy in his heart. He felt that the heavens favored Long Lin, always letting him encounter good luck, whereas he was left without support. Even with Long Lin's help, trouble always seemed to find him. Sar the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If that's the case, what's there to consider? Yang Nian tried to restrain his jealousy and forced a smile as he asked. Let's better think about how we're going to fight next, Long Lin said, dodging the question. He hesitated because the Long family does not accept outsiders. Over the years, he could sense the changes in Yang Nian's attitude and didn't want to provoke him with this matter. But still, just thinking about the words of that family member, a look of longing couldn't help but appear in Long Lin's eyes. It is said that there are immortals in the Long family, beings who exist beyond the Mahayana realm, transcendental in existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646. Old acquaintances meet. The mountains overlapped, and the land seemed like dragon ridges pressed together. On one such ridge, Guan stood in front of a cliff, while an Exan was meditating and cultivating nearby. Has it already begun? Guan looked into the distance, thinking this way. It had been 7,000 years since he had given the array scroll to Jianghu. 7,000 years had passed, and that mysterious and eerie force had finally seeped into the Great Thousand World. Its method of infiltration was not through a world gate but directly into the Tao rules of the Great Thousand World. This was an unstoppable invasion method, as its infiltration trajectory couldn't be fully tracked, at least not by the celestial spirit god. On the continent where Guan was, he saw a bloodline member of the Long family. This youth was named Long Lin, whose best friend was invaded by the eerie force, and he would become increasingly jealous and violent in the future, causing many troubles in Long Lin's life. Guan, however, had no intention of intervening. Long Lin was too distant in relation, equivalent to a stranger. If he were to protect every descendant of the Long family, it would be too exhausting, as the bloodline had already surpassed 1 billion in number, though most had changed names. Although the youth named Yang Nian might take a wrong path, he wouldn't pose a threat to Long Lin's life. Even without the invasion of the eerie force, it was not uncommon in the human world for brothers and best friends to destroy each other out of jealousy. Master, another calamity befalls the human world? And Zin's voice rang out, and Guan turned his head, seeing her opening her eyes with tightly furrowed brows. Guan inquired, what did you see? Ia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. My immortal emperor's eye senses a disturbingly evil force, and my future self also informed me that the human world would face unprecedented tribulations soon, and this disaster will also cover other Great Thousand Worlds. An Exian spoke worriedly. Although her future self was manifested through karmic evolution and might not prove true, it still hinted at major trends in the future. Guan nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Enzin's cultivation results. Enzin's immortal emperor's eye not only could devour power to transform it into her own but also borrow strength from her past and future selves. This was somewhat similar to the celestial dragon reincarnation dharma aspect. However, the future self she summoned was formed from karma. Once the future self appeared, its associated future would vanish, making the karmic ties here complex, but through summoning her future self, she could gain predictions on the future trends of the cosmos. In addition, the immortal emperor's eye inherently possessed a powerful suppressive force. At the scene, when she sparred with Tianhao, she pulled Tianhao into an illusion realm, forcefully crushing his Dao heart. In the immortal emperor's eye's illusion realm, Tianhao's senses were misled, perceiving everything encountered inside as real occurrences. The immortal emperor's eye contained immense power, which would aid an Xian to grow stronger. Even if an Xian did not become a Taoist emperor, with the immortal emperor's eye, she could still contend with a Taoist emperor. Indeed, the forthcoming calamities will indeed arrive at the various great thousand worlds. However, the scope of this disaster is boundless and will surely attract stronger beings for suppression, so you needn't worry too much, Guan responded. Thinking about the Taoist emperor, his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the path of the great Tao. More of his old friends began to pursue the Taoist emperor. Ji Xiaoyu, Zhang Buku, Tianhao. The path of the great Tao was far broader than the great thousand world, with countless cultivators striving within. Meeting these few would not be easy. However, Ji Xiaoyu did meet Xiaolan, all thanks to Yuan Songzi's efforts. Yuan Songzi aimed to unite the strengths of the celestial spirit great world, lending mutual assistance. Guan watched over Ji Xiaoyu and Xiaolan while guiding an Xian in comprehending the Tao better. Whether Enzin's attention was diverted or not was unclear, but she soon became absorbed in enlightenment, forgetting the outside world. In the dim cosmic void, an desolate meteor quietly hovered, with a monastery perched upon its surface. In a hall, cultivators of the Tao court were meditating before a gigantic Buddha statue. Xiaolan gazed at the statue, lost in thought. This Buddha is from Ling Mountain. The owner of this monastery was once a devotee of Ling Mountain. In the heart of a Buddhist cultivator, Ling Mountain is the supreme holy land. A voice came, interrupting Xiaolan's thoughts. Xiaolan turned her head, quickly getting up to salute. The meticulously dressed and regal Ji Xiaoyu approached her. Now, Ji Xiaoyu mostly walked in the identity of the reincarnation Tao Emperor. Her cultivation level might not match Yuan Songzi, but Yuan Songzi treated her with respect, addressing her as fellow Taoist, which garnered significant respect from the Tao court's talents for her. Senior, is Ling Mountain truly formidable? Or is it? Xiaolan asked curiously. Ever since meeting the reincarnation Tao Emperor, the reincarnation Tao Emperor had always clarified her doubts, treating her with much kindness, fostering strong goodwill in her towards the reincarnation Tao Emperor. Ji Xiaoyu turned her gaze back to the great Buddha statue, saying, Ling Mountain is elusive, I've only heard about it, but what can be confirmed is Ling Mountain stands above the great thousand world, and the capabilities of Ling Mountain's various Buddhas are beyond our imagination. Indeed, Ling Mountain is formidable. In the great thousand world where I originated, there once appeared a disciple from Ling Mountain's Buddhist sect, who single-handedly saved countless beings and suppressed the outer heaven evil demon. Even after his departure, many legends about him persisted in the human world. Yuan Songzi walked over, stroking his beard with a smile, his gaze towards the great Buddha statue filled with nostalgia. Xiaolan was filled with yearning. This monastery, though ownerless, could provide them shelter, and it was built by a mere believer of Ling Mountain. How mighty must the Buddhas of Ling Mountain be? 4 years on the path of the great Tao, Xiaolan's horizons had vastly widened. Yet, wonders she heard continued to leave her in awe. Yuan Songzi turned to Ji Xiaoyu, asking, Have you chosen the next opponent? The forces on the path of the great Tao were more numerous than the stars of the great thousand world. Many forces, like the Tao court, came to create a Taoist emperor, so they would establish contacts, setting a time and place for combat resourced by each one's capabilities without forming enmity among the forces. Both Ji Xiaoyu and Xiao Lan were competing to become a Taoist emperor, but Ji Xiaoyu had a higher cultivation level, so she led the way, with the Tao court currently supporting her, enabling Xiao Lan to gain experience more easily. Yes, a prodigy from Qianxia Great World whose cultivation level is very similar to mine, Ji Xiaoyu answered, her tone calm. Yuan Songzi was about to continue questioning when suddenly the entire hall began to tremble. An overwhelming pressure emanated from outside the monastery, startling the meditating cultivators from the Tao court, causing them to stand up, ready themselves tensely. Yuan Songzi frowned, projecting his divine sense towards the Tao void. He saw two figures battling deep in the void, colliding like two brilliant suns, causing the Tao rules to tremble, and the immense pressure made the meteor they sat upon tremble incessantly. Is that? It seemed Yuan Songzi recognized one of them, his expression turning exceptionally grim. The Tao court cultivators became even more tense. When Yuan Songzi initially confronted immortal gods, he never showed such an expression. Could there be a presence outside more terrifying than the immortal gods? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, 5 trillion years lifespan. Do you know who is fighting outside, senior? Ji Xiaoyu noticed Yuan Songzi's expression and couldn't help but ask. She appeared calm, but inside she felt terrified. Just feeling the momentum of the battle from afar gave her a dreadful sense of being turned to dust. On the path of the great Tao, daring to fight so recklessly, these are indeed conceited individuals, for the path harbors many dangers, and making too much noise only invites trouble. Her cooperation with the Tao court was precisely to have them help set up a barrier to prevent the aura of her battles with other Tianjiao from leaking. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, one of them comes from ascending to yellow heaven, named Zhou Jia. This person has killed countless people and proves the Tao with killing intent. If he detects our aura, we will all die. Upon hearing this, everyone was alarmed, even Xiao Lan couldn't remain calm. Ji Xiaoyu frowned, she knew of ascending to yellow heaven, a terrifying Taoist lineage, even involving reincarnation. However, Zhou Jia's opponent is also very strong. Perhaps they will leave soon, so there's no need to panic. After all, the formation in this monastery is quite exquisite, Yuan Songzi continued, his words slightly easing the tension among the crowd, though no one dared to let their guard down. Xiao Lan looked at everyone, feeling deeply moved. These seniors hold high positions in the celestial spirit great world, essentially wielding the power of life and death over all beings. Yet on the path of the great Tao, they are as insignificant as dust, being extremely cautious and careful. Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak, fearing even a sound might disturb the terrifying presence outside. However, the oppressive force of the battle drew closer, as if the fighting parties were approaching, and even Yuan Songzi began to sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, the oppressive force rushed into the distance and disappeared in an instant, making everyone even more tense. For a long time, only after more than half an hour did everyone finally relax, believing the opponents had left. They gathered around Yuan Songzi, inquiring about the origins of ascending to yellow heaven. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Xiao Lan, her eyes complex, unsure of her thoughts. Time flies and the years go by swiftly. As strange forces invaded the celestial spirit great world, more and more beings became violent, leading to increasing conflicts in the human world. This did not affect Gu Ennis' life. He continued to enjoy his leisurely years, only occasionally diverting his focus to watch over old friends, including those on the path of the great Tao. If they faced danger, he would help protect them, but he made it seem like their own luck. Years passed quickly. After 10,000 years, the human world completely shed its cloak of peace, with conflicts arising everywhere. Even the Qiankuan sect went to war with surrounding forces. The boundless celestial vault began to show lingering clouds. Guan still did not intervene to change anything. Another 10,000 years passed. That late summer, just past noon, Guan walked through the woods, pulling up his attribute panel for a check. Name, Guan, lifespan, 161, 845/5, 048, 752, 108, 241. Primordial reincarnation, undying body. Cultivation level, Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm perfection, 5 trillion years of life expectancy. He hesitated whether to break through. The last breakthrough cost 1.8 trillion years of life. He feared 5 trillion wouldn't suffice for the perfection realm of the next great realm. Guwen pondered, pacing leisurely through the woods, with the breeze gently stirring his robes. Looking up, the celestial vault between the leaves appeared dim, more like dusk than noon. After a while, Guwen stopped walking. He stood by a small river, with a figure kneeling across it. It was Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong had been kneeling here for over 50,000 years, yet he seemed without the slightest sign of decline, his long beard touching the ground, face clear. Were it not for his knees sunk deep in the soil, one might not believe he had knelt so long. Though he engaged in no qi absorption cultivation, his cultivation level broke through to the Tao void profound immortal realm, purely through enlightenment. Notably, his breakthrough involved no crossing the tribulation nor the slightest disturbance. After all these years of kneeling, what is your greatest realization? Gu An's voice reached Emperor Tianhong's ear, making him open his eyes suddenly. Upon seeing Guwen, he was lost in a daze. Though he had never met Guwen before, for some reason, seeing Guwen for the first time, he felt the other was the supporting Tao sword venerable. To him, Gu An's appearance seemed perfect, and though Gu An's aura was not overpowering, it gave a sense of all-embracing magnanimity. Emperor Tianhong once believed his Tao heart was tempered through countless trials, immune to strong emotions, yet he couldn't suppress the surge of excitement from his heart at this moment. Trembling all over, he couldn't articulate his complex emotions. Seeing Emperor Tianhong so overwhelmed, Guwen smiled gently, his smile like a spring breeze blowing into Emperor Tianhong's heart, dissolving his tension and excitement. Emperor Tianhong took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and cautiously said, "My greatest realization is that the strongest Taoist technique is not found in sex but pervades the world, everywhere in nature. Perhaps Wuxia's name is meant to guide all beings?" Upon finishing, Emperor Tianhong's heart was in his throat, afraid head offended the supporting Tao sword venerable. The longer head knelt, the more he revered Guwen, sensing it was Guwen guiding him to enlightenment. Guwen chuckled. "Perhaps so, everyone has their own understanding. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Emperor Tianhong's eyes widened with excitement. "Sword venerable, I do. I very much want to. Will you accept me?" Guwen raised his right hand, and a sword flew from his palm, swiftly enlarging, its point facing upward, hovering before him. The sword was exquisite, radiating a faint silver glow, with what seemed like stars adorning it. "This is the Tao treasure of Wuxia, named the Longevity Sword. You may use it to save this human world. When you become a savior, return the sword, and then decide whether you wish to be my disciple." As Guwen introduced the sword, the Longevity Sword flew to Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong could feel the vast Tao intent within the sword, yet he wasn't captivated, instead directing his attention to Guwen, urgently saying, "I can decide now, willing to be your disciple." Guwen replied meaningfully, "When you have the highest fame and power, and discern your own destiny pattern, then make your decision. There's no rush. If you are willing by then, I will accept you." Hearing this, Emperor Tianhong calmed down. "Now go." Guwen continued, upon which Emperor Tianhong stood up, clutching the Longevity Sword. In an instant, a vast memory surged into his mind, leaving him stunned. Sar the Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Seeing this, Guwen crossed the small river, passing by him. Go for the breakthrough after all. With his back to Emperor Tianhong, Guwen thought silently. He followed his thoughts with anticipation. What lies beyond the Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648. Endless Tao Mountain. After parting with Emperor Tianhong, Guwen took a trip to the Tai Tsang continent, picking medicinal herbs at the mountain god temple, then went alone into the uninhabited mountains and forests, far away from the mundane world. He sat under a tree and activated the lifespan breakthrough. You have activated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations have been selected for you. 1. Path of the Great Tao. War Spirit Holy Mansion. 3. Taiwei Earth Core. 4. Ling Mountain. River of Destiny. 6. Endless Tao Mountain. Sarch * The Novel Fire. Net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. 7. Primordial Emperor Domain. 8. Profound Abyss Divine Pool. 9. Supreme Origin Forest. Looking at the options in front of him, Guwen frowned slightly. He didn't see the desperate celestial tomb. He was still planning to find a way to rescue the sins within the desperate celestial tomb after breaking through. In his view, when he breaks through again, he should have the strength to see through the desperate celestial tomb. Don't mention Miaojin Daluo Immortal. Even ordinary heaven-opening Daluo Immortals are rarely seen. Breaking through to a higher realm, even if he's not the strongest, he should be among the stronger existences within the Great Tao. After saving the sins, he could further investigate Fairy Yao Xian's causality through them, thereby resolving the obsessions left by the Emperor of Eternal Life. These matters, to Guwen, didn't feel troublesome, but rather filled him with anticipation. In becoming stronger through cultivation, one must have opportunities to demonstrate. Could it be because the desperate celestial tomb cannot withstand my breakthrough, and these places can, that the celestial tomb did not appear? Guwen suddenly had a speculation. If so, could it be inferred that these 9 places possess power beyond the Miaojin Daluo Immortal? Even if they don't, these places can still nurture stronger Daluo Immortals, something beyond the capability of the celestial spirit Great World. Don't mention Daluo Immortals. The celestial spirit Great World can't even nurture golden immortals. Guwen silently pondered, and after some thought, he chose Endless Tao Mountain. The name alone sounded profound and elusive, and it provided better concealment. To be teleported to Endless Tao Mountain will consume 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Continue. An unfamiliar sensation surged forth, causing him to instinctively close his eyes, and his senses followed suit, losing function. After a while, he felt his feet touch the ground, and he immediately opened his eyes, almost instantly activating the lifespan barrier. After setting up the lifespan barrier, he had time to observe the environment. As far as the eye could see, the celestial vault was dim as the void of the universe, with towering mountains standing on the earth, rising and falling, their ends unseen, and the number of peaks uncountable. Even at his Miaojin Daluo Immortal Realm Perfection state, Guwen could not see the boundaries of this world. Is this another place in an infinitely expanding universe and earth? He observed that every mountain around him contained an immense Tao intent, as if nurturing a great Tao. The oppressive atmosphere of the world made the Endless Tao Mountain appear like majestic deities in the darkness, exuding a sense of vastness and magnitude. The mountain under Guwen's feet was extraordinarily huge. Even standing on the summit felt like standing on a vast continent. Its height exceeded the distance from the 9 spirit continents' ground to outer heaven. The mountain he stood upon wasn't even the highest Tao mountain. In the distance stood towering mountains like heavenly barriers, imposing to the extreme. Endless Tao Mountain, I wonder how far it is from the Great Thousand World, thought Guwen curiously, as he had never heard of the Endless Tao Mountain before. The more mysterious and powerful places there were, the happier Guwen felt. If the end of the Great Tao were so easy to reach, the joy of cultivation would diminish significantly. Guwen sat down cross-legged and then called up the attribute panel. First, he worked to enhance his physique, as it had been a while since he made any improvements. Guwen invested 100 billion years of lifespan directly, but the primordial reincarnation undying body did not transform. He continued investing. Ultimately, after spending a total of 400 billion years of lifespan, the primordial reincarnation undying body ascended to the primordial Tao creation body. Vast amounts of Tao spiritual qi gathered, causing the ground beneath Guwen's feet to light up with Tao light. Confined within the barrier, while the mountain surface outside the barrier exhibited no changes for the time being. Soon, Guwen became engrossed in the inheritance. The primordial Tao creation body retained the features of the previous physique, undying through reincarnation, ferocious mana, and the capability to create new Great Tao. Indeed, Great Tao independent of the 3,000 Great Tao. It's based on personal mana and physical strength. Just like before, no matter how mighty the transformation, Guwen completed the transformation in less than an hour. He opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. Create a Tao? He suddenly thought, with countless Great Tao, even he couldn't ascertain the exact number. Could some Great Tao have been created by cultivators? This hypothesis could not be answered for the time being, so he turned his gaze to the cultivation techniques in the attribute panel. Next was the enhancement of the main cultivation technique. Guwen invested 100 billion years of lifespan into the Taoist Dominator skill. Finally, after expending nearly 350 billion years of lifespan, he upgraded the Taoist Dominator skill to the Myriad Tao Extinction skill. The Myriad Tao Extinction skill shifted from the previous vastness to one filled with slaughter traits, with domination leading to extinction, leaving not a trace, ultimately leaving only oneself, surpassing the Great Tao. An hour later, Guwen continued upgrading. Sun and Moon Selfless Divine Tao ascended to Tao Qi Eternal Divine Sense, consuming nearly 300 billion years of lifespan. This was Guwen's main reliance for hiding cultivation level and aura. He wouldn't neglect it. The upgrades continued. Taoless Celestial Net Step ascended to Great Primordial Celestial Net Step, consuming nearly 400 billion years of lifespan. Hongmeng Void Golden Body ascended to Great Tao Formless Body, consuming 300 billion years of lifespan. This secret skill evolved from the Demon Shadow Divine skill, capable of transformation and isolating causality and fate deductions, greatly aiding Guwen in remaining concealed. Another hour passed. Guwen mastered the Great Tao Formless Body. Even without activating this secret skill, his physical body possessed the capability to avoid being deduced, and this body could also elevate his aura and suppression, serving as a suppressive divine skill. Having completed the conventional enhancements, he had to consider battle methods next. According to past conventions, Guwen should improve his sword Tao, but now he wanted to enhance the Immortal Emperor's Eye. The Immortal Emperor's Eye was too powerful for him to give up, but it would provoke the Celestial Court's suspicion. He must upgrade the Immortal Emperor's Eye to a stronger stage to avoid their detection. While Guwen contemplated, changes emerged in the tumultuous Endless Tao Mountain. Due to Guwen's continuous upgrades of Taoist techniques, the Tao rules in the heavens and earth began having strange alterations, causing gales to roar, lightning to flash, thunder to rumble, and some Tao mountains to faintly tremble. Before, there had been no sign of any living being. But now they appeared. Guwen looked in a direction, spotting a massive black silhouette on the summit of a majestic Tao mountain far away. The figure was humanoid, standing atop the peak, mysterious to the extreme, akin to an ancient demon god. He couldn't use lifespan detection on it, indicating the other party had not revealed their true self. Even so, the other party's aura sent chills through his heart. Miao Zhen Daoyuo Immortal. And not at the early stage. Guwen merely glanced over and paid no mind. With the lifespan barrier in place, it would be difficult for the other party to discover him. He began to invest lifespan into the Immortal Emperor's Eye. Right from the start, it was 100 billion years of lifespan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Breakthrough to Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. You invested 10 billion years of lifespan into cultivating the Immortal Emperor's Eye. You have spent 1 billion years cultivating the Immortal Emperor's Eye, and your understanding of the great Tao of cause and effect has improved. You have spent 10 billion years cultivating the Immortal Emperor's Eye, and your understanding of the great Tao of illusion and reality has improved. You have spent 50 billion years cultivating the Immortal Emperor's Eye, and the power of your Immortal Emperor's Eye has grown stronger. Notifications flashed before Guwen's eyes. But a full 10 billion years of lifespan was not enough to transform the immortal emperor's eye. Guwen was not surprised. After all, this was a formidable divine skill feared by the celestial court. He continued to invest lifespan, still in increments of 10 billion years. Failure. Another 10 billion years. Guwen had over 400 billion years of lifespan remaining, so 10 billion years was nothing to him. Continuous failures, continuous investment. When the invested lifespan exceeded 1,000 billion years, a subtle change appeared in Guwen's eyes. It wasn't until the immortal emperor's eye advanced that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. A total of 1,800 billion years of lifespan was consumed, and the immortal emperor's eye advanced to become the absolute void eye. An endless stream of memories poured into Guwen's mind, causing him to close his eyes and immerse himself in them, as if the vast information of the 3,000 great Tao rushed into his mind, plunging even someone with a perfection in the Miaozhen Daluo immortal realm into chaos. The absolute void eye not only can manipulate reality and illusion but can also create them, an almost omnipotent eye whose creations vanish when the user's mana is exhausted. In battle, it can turn an opponent's divine skills, spells, and even mana into nothingness. This is not only suppression against the weak, but even against those with higher cultivation levels, it exerts a certain degree of suppression. The great Tao phenomena caused by the absolute void eye far exceed those from before, with the endless Tao mountains still ravaged by fierce winds, and silhouettes appearing consecutively on the distant Tao mountain. Even a figure shrouded in gray mist appeared atop a nearby Tao mountain, not revealing their true form. This gray mist figure looked up at the dark celestial vault, seemingly searching for the source of the phenomenon, unaware that the source was right beside him on the neighboring Tao mountain. The two Tao mountains were connected, but the distance between their peaks spanned tens of millions of miles, a distance insurmountable in a lifetime for mortals, but merely a step away for the gray mist figure. Time passed quickly. An hour later, Guwen opened his eyes, his purple pupils transformed into gold and red, enhancing his oppressive presence. His absolute void eye focused first on the gray mist figure atop the distant mountain peak. Even at such close range, Guwen could not perform lifespan detection on him, as if some force protected the cultivators in this world. However, even without lifespan detection, Guwen could perceive the other's cultivation level. Late stage of celestial creation Daluo immortal realm. A heaven-opening Daluo immortal can cultivate in the endless Tao mountain, prompting Guwen to suddenly harbor thoughts. After the breakthrough, should I stay here and observe for a while? First, accomplish the breakthrough and see how strong he becomes. Guwen reopened his attribute panel. Aside from the consumption in lifespan evolution, the lifespan barrier had also been continuously consuming lifespan, leaving him with more than 450 billion years of lifespan. He began investing lifespan into his cultivation level. You cultivate the qi absorption for 2 billion years, and use the great achievement of the Myriad Dao Extinction skill to forcefully impact the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal Realm, beginning to cross the tribulation, but fail to survive the infinite celestial void Great Tribulation, resulting in attribution. You cultivate the qi absorption for 4 billion years, and use the great achievement of the Myriad Dao Extinction skill to forcefully impact the Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal Realm, beginning to cross the tribulation, but fail to survive the infinite celestial void Great Tribulation, resulting in attribution. Why does it take 2 billion years just for one tribulation? And that's even after I've improved my Taoist techniques and physique. Guwen suddenly felt that it might be challenging to reach the perfection realm of the next great realm this time. In any case, first achieve this so-called Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal. 100 billion years only resulted in 5 breakthroughs, and after the 5 breakthroughs failed, Guwen directly invested 1,000 billion years of lifespan. Notifications kept popping up, all indicating failure. 50 tribulations, all ending in failure. Guwen continued to invest. 1,000 billion years followed by another 1,000 billion years. Failure. 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 Guwen focused intensely, the absolute void eye flashing with a terrifying gaze. The great Tao phenomenon of the endless Tao mountain began to weaken. The figures standing atop the mountain peaks disappeared consecutively, though some remained observing. The gray mist figure on the nearby Dao mountain did not vanish. He looked around, never settling his gaze on the Dao mountain where Guan stood. Guan no longer paid attention to him, focusing entirely on the notifications before him. After failing with 10,000 billion years of lifespan, he realized the problem was significant. Is it really this difficult to break through to Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal? Or is the infinite celestial void Great Tribulation more terrifying than he imagined? As Guan pondered, he continued to invest lifespan. Yet, after throwing in a second 10,000 billion years of lifespan, there was still no sign of success. He frowned slightly and persisted in investing more. After a while, he finally succeeded in breaking through. Tia the novel and Fung. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You cultivate the chi absorption for 58 billion years, and use the great achievement of the Myriad Dao Extinction skill to forcefully impact the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal realm, beginning to cross the tribulation, surviving the infinite celestial void Great Tribulation, and succeeding in crossing the tribulation. Your cultivation level breaks through to the early stage of the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal realm. You cultivate the chi absorption for 10 billion years, and your cultivation level increases. As the notification fell, the lifespan barrier activated again, far more majestic than before. The Dao spiritual chi engulfed Guan, immersing him in the strong light of the great Dao. Just reaching the early stage cost Guan 23,000 billion years of lifespan. He dared not continue to break through. After all, he still needed to save lifespan for the lifespan barrier. First achieve the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Boom. The dark celestial vault suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound, akin to a great dragon coiling in the heavens, larger than any mountain ridge between heaven and earth, alarming the cultivators practicing within the Dao mountains. In Guan's perception, the auras of more and more cultivators emerged, as if the night sky was illuminated and the stars appeared. He was astounded. Just how many powerful beings are hidden here? Even the weakest aura belonged to a heaven-balancing golden immortal, with most being Taiching golden immortals, and several auras caused his heart to palpitate. They must be Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals. Could this endless Dao mountain be some holy land for enlightenment? Guan pondered, seeing that no one was paying attention to the Dao mountain he resided on, sinking his consciousness into the inherited memories. Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, the pinnacle of the Daoyuo Dao fruit, is the ultimate limit beings can reach. To become stronger, one cannot rely anymore on cultivation and enlightenment but must create and develop one's great Dao. In a sense, Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal is the culmination of the Immortal Dao. Beyond that, it's not the Immortal Dao but the Great Dao. Guan's Daoyuo Dao fruit began imprinting Dao Extreme patterns, with each pattern containing indelible mysteries. As long as the Dao Extreme patterns exist, the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal will not fall, and the Dao Extreme patterns are not merely on the Dao fruit but interwoven within the infinite realm of the Great Dao. Even if the Daoyuo Dao fruit is destroyed, resurrection is possible, though with one less Dao Extreme pattern upon revival. There are a total of 49 Dao Extreme patterns, meaning the Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal can resurrect 49 times. Even if dissipated, they can be reborn. A Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal with Dao Extreme patterns is nearly an immortal existence. To annihilate a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal completely is exceedingly difficult. Even if slain, they can revive. One can only imagine the despair faced against a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Moreover, Guan's mana is also transforming, evolving toward the ultimate power of the Immortal Dao. During this process, his life-bound great divine power, longevity true words, is undergoing a qualitative transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650. Causeless Realm. As Guan completed the formation of 49 Dao Extreme patterns, his consciousness awoke from the state of enlightenment, and he could feel an earth-shattering transformation within himself. He had transformed into a Dao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Within the barrier was filled with the intense light of the great Tao, and outside, the dark celestial vault gleamed with purple-red iridescence, both bewitching and terrifying. Guan could sense that the number of cultivators alarmed by this exceeded 100,000, and it was still rising. Nearby, there were also a few Tao mountains where the presence of cultivators emerged, but compared to the endless Tao mountain, these figures were far less numerous than the number of Tao mountains. After attaining the Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, Guan's divine sense also underwent a qualitative change. He could feel the end of the endless Tao mountain. At this moment, new Tao mountains were still forming on the fringes, continuously expanding this world. The distant end he could see was beyond the reach of even Miaozhen Daoyuo Immortal, and with the ongoing birth of Tao mountains, the name Endless Tao Mountain was truly deserving. Before his breakthrough, the speculation was correct. There indeed existed several Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals in the Endless Tao Mountain. Their Tao Mountain stood as the tallest among them, while the Tao Mountain beneath Guan's feet was like a small hill before Mt Tai in comparison, and the Tao intent contained in those massive Tao mountains was majestic. Even the most mediocre mortal spirit could ascend to immortality while residing on such Tao mountains. Furthermore, Guan also felt various heavenly court destinies here, similar to the destinies of the celestial spirit god and the 72 immortals of the Golden Cave, even possessing the destiny of a Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Guan had a sense of engaging with a high-level map, becoming even more interested in the endless Tao mountain. The breakthrough was not yet over. His cultivation level continued to rise, and the anomaly brought to the endless Tao mountain began to wane. The elusive Tao rules writhed like a startled swarm of dragons, and the terrifying might of the Tao caused the supposedly unshakable Tao mountains to tremble. Guan summoned his attribute panel to examine. During the breakthrough process, the lifespan barrier consumed 3 trillion years of lifespan, which was not a small number. Guan continued to invest his lifespan into his cultivation level. Any breakthrough was worth it. Soon, he once again seized the opportunity for a breakthrough. Consuming 800 million years of lifespan, he advanced to the mid-stage of the Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal realm. The Tao rules in the world once again raged violently, intertwining heavenly thunders that could destroy the great thousand world, shifting colors, magnificent and mysterious. This beauty cannot mask their dangerous aura. From the early to mid-stage of a Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, Guan didn't need to immerse himself in inheritance. He began to observe the endless Tao mountain. Attaining Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, his ability of deduction also rapidly strengthened. He no longer needed to cast spells or use divine skills or the power of the great Tao. He only needed to think to reach the answer. His gaze swept across, and answers continuously emerged in his mind. The endless Tao mountain, a holy land of cultivation above all heavens. Almost every cultivator who comes here has a significant background. The reason why those figures were shrouded in mysterious black and gray auras was not of their own doing, but because of the protective power of the rules of the endless Tao mountain. As long as they stepped into this place, they would be enveloped by the power of the rules, preventing deduction. The endless Tao mountain is unowned, and immortal gods, human demons, and demon evils may all come to seek enlightenment. Combat is not allowed here, even immortal gods must abide by the rules. Guan also found a place from where he could leave the endless Tao mountain. Different places lead to different cosmic planes, some emanating an aura making him wary to explore. He even suspected that a certain place might connect to the celestial court. Whatever he wanted to understand, he could get an answer, unless it involved a power higher than his own. This was no longer mere deduction but a higher-tier power, a power that could only be unlocked by reaching Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, nearly immortal, omniscient, and omnipotent, truly the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. While enjoying the improvement of his cultivation level, Guan's gaze swept over, gaining a deeper and deeper understanding of the endless Tao mountain. He decided to return and have a look sometime later. Although he could not yet determine how far the endless Tao mountain was from the celestial spirit great world, he could leave a mark and trace this realm from the celestial spirit great world. Time flowed swiftly. Those existing at the summit of the endless Tao mountain merely observed silently, with no one choosing to flee this world. Thus the endless Tao Mountain did not descend into chaos, and no one arrived at the Tao Mountain where Guan resided. Ultimately, by the time Guan reached the mid-stage of the Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal Realm, no one invaded the Tao Mountain where he was located. He looked at his attribute panel. 900 billion years of lifespan remained. He could not break through again. Guan took a deep breath, stood up, and chose to teleport back. Immediately after, he disappeared from where he stood. The anomaly of the endless Tao Mountain had not yet completely dissipated, but the heavenly thunders in the sky gradually thinned, and the sound also diminished. At dusk, Taoist field of the beginningless. Guan leisurely continued along the mountain path. After half a day's search, his divine sense had locked onto the endless Tao Mountain. When returning to the endless Tao Mountain in the future, there is no need to use lifespan for breakthroughs again. Actually, while coming back, he could rely on himself to return. However, considering the presence of Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals and Heavenly Court Immortals at the endless Tao Mountain, he decided to proceed with caution. Using 10 billion years of lifespan to ensure safety. No matter how high the realm is, caution is needed, especially when facing beings of the same realm. Guan was in a pleasant mood. After reaching the Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal, he could see further, and the future heaven's calamities were all within his sight, posing no threat to him. He arrived at the courtyard, and his gaze turned towards Shenzhen in front of the artifact refining cauldron. He peered into the causal connection to Fairy Yaoxian within Shenzhen, seeing a line connecting to the outer heaven. He looked up, following that line across countless worlds and universes, and he saw an absolutely black void. Fairy Yaoxian's soul was hidden in that void. Moreover, there were other souls there, countless in number, all of whom were exiled by the path of cause and effect. There were existences of all realms, even Daoyuo immortals, all immobilized and in slumber. Causeless realm. Guan's mind received the name of that void, and his brows furrowed. He could feel the threat of the causeless realm, which harbored extremely terrifying power. Despite being a place of exile by the path of cause and effect, it seemed there existed a will in this realm capable of free action, more frightening than the Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortals of the endless Tao Mountain. It seems rescuing Fairy Yaoxian is not yet possible. Guan silently withdrew his gaze, not in a hurry. Judging by Fairy Yaoxian's current state, she wasn't suffering. Her consciousness had already fallen asleep, losing the concept of time. As long as he saved her before her soul dissipated, it wouldn't matter how much time passed in between, making no difference to her. Shenzhen seemed to sense Guan's gaze, turning her head to look. Sir the Ovalfire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Upon seeing Guan, her expression changed slightly, and she appeared a bit dazed. Although Guan's appearance, temperament, and aura hadn't changed in the slightest, her intuition told her he had grown stronger again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651 White-Haired Ancestor, what are you looking at? Guan asked Shenzhen with a smile. He could hear the speculations in Shenzhen's heart, but he didn't reveal them. Even in front of Shenzhen, Guan wouldn't disclose his true strength. Shenzhen snapped back to reality and asked, "The Tianhong Emperor has left. Do you really think relying on him can save the world?" These years, the human world has become increasingly chaotic, and she can also sense a mysterious force manipulating the lives of all beings in the shadows. Such a power must involve outer heaven. This is not the cause and effect that the Tianhong Emperor of Tao Void Profound Immortal Realm can conclude, even if he holds a Tao treasure. Guan moved a chair nearby closer to him with a wave, sat down, and said, "Don't underestimate his potential. He has the talent comparable to Tianhao. Do you think he seems like an ordinary person? Does he also have an immortal god's background? Perhaps." Hearing this from Guan, Shenzhen could conclude that the Tianhong Emperor had an inseparable connection with the immortal gods. Click, click. The immortal gods are elusive and never to be seen, yet near Guan, they seem not so extraordinary. Shenzhen looked at Guan by her side, her eyes filled with a strange radiance. She was very curious about what role Guwen played in the eyes of the immortal gods. Shenzhen jokingly asked, "With so many immortal gods appearing before you, the celestial court's target wouldn't be you, right? If one day the celestial court invites you to join the immortal class, what would you choose?" "That would depend on what the immortal position is," Guwen replied casually. Shenzhen's eyes smiled into crescent moons as she asked, "What if they invited you to tend horses?" She had initially reached out to Guwen because she liked his books and continued to flip through The Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and Supreme Immortal Venerable to this day. Guwen threw Shenzhen a sidelong glance and said unkindly, "You're so humorous. If that's the case, then I'll go tend the horses and bring you along to assist me." Sure. The horses in the heavens must be extraordinary," Shenzhen said excitedly, causing Guwen to shake his head and laugh. The two plotted for some time about going to the celestial court to tend horses before they started talking about world affairs. Shenzhen was very curious about what the mysterious force causing chaos in the human world was. Guwen didn't hide it and shared his discovery with her, hoping to increase her understanding of the Great Tao. Speaking of it, apart from an Exin, Guwen also put great effort into nurturing Shenzhen. It wasn't because he was biased, but because others hadn't reached the stage of enlightenment and were still in the low-level stage of practicing in retreat. Shenzhen was able to achieve her current accomplishments because she received the cause and effect of the Emperor of Eternal Life. Of course, this doesn't mean she was just lucky. After all, she regarded Guwen as her only reliance, unlike the celestial demon child, who has a life-and-death relationship with Guwen. She abandoned other connections to choose Guwen, which is also the reason why the Emperor of Eternal Life chose her. Everything has cause and effect. Behind every coincidence is inevitability. That year, the human world faced a change because a once peerless prodigy from ages past was reborn. The Tianhong Emperor did not return to the Tao court but traveled the lands, suppressing evil forces everywhere. As the world's ruler, the Tao court also exerted efforts to quell chaos. Many prodigies emerged as saviors, the most renowned among them being the current chief disciple of the Tao court, Zhao Rushan. In those chaotic and dark years, the Tianhong Emperor and Zhao Rushan appeared like two stars, wanting to use their faint light to illuminate the entire world. 100 years later, on this morning, after picking medicinal herbs within the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guwen left alone. As he walked through the woods outside the field, his figure suddenly vanished. He continued onward, but the universe beneath his feet changed with each step, traversing a cosmic plane. Time and space reeled back, light sped in reverse. His steps seemed swift but slow due to the lack of an end. Suddenly, black gas swirled around Guwen, quickly enveloping him. As his right foot set down, he found himself in a dim void. He halted and looked ahead, seeing an endless expanse of Tao mountains, all magnificent and impressive, towering like deities in the distance with divine might emanating boundlessly, full of oppressive force. Endless Tao mountains. Guwen had just manifested but immediately felt the force of this place's rules surging toward him, seemingly wanting to cloak him in a layer preventing cause and effect analysis, yet he didn't hide his true form. He continued to maintain the great Tao formless body, for he was also wary of these rules. Once the force of the rules bound him, he felt his actions weren't restricted. It was a very intriguing rule. He stepped forward, admiring the towering Tao mountains along the way. Sar the novel, NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Before coming, he had suppressed his cultivation level to heaven-opening Daluo Immortal. And not only that, he had also reduced his presence to appear as a mysterious, cautious cultivator inadvertently exuding a slight heaven-opening Daluo Immortal aura. Coming to the endless Tao mountains, he wasn't seeking cultivation but information, wanting to forge connections with the cultivators here and gain more insights into the great Tao. If he could learn more about the celestial court here, that would be even better. He wandered aimlessly, noticing most cultivators occupied a Tao mountain alone, as there were indeed too many. The cultivators seemed wary of each other too. This could be troublesome. Guwen began to miss Baizia of Human World Peak. When he first ventured to outer heaven, he met the enthusiastic Baizia, who even introduced him to Human World Peak. Although Human World Peak hadn't greatly aided his cultivation, it did help him better understand the heavens and earth, which is why he had never severed ties with Human World Peak, cherishing these bonds. He continued roaming, waiting for an opportunity. During this time, he also saw other figures entering endless Dao Mountains, most having clear objectives, flying swiftly. Guwen spotted a figure that seemed as confused as him, moving slowly and constantly looking around. He hesitated for a moment, then cautiously flew over as if he was being careful. The other was also a heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal. Perhaps having some degree of confidence, they dared to wander like this. Guwen previously saw a Taiching golden immortal enter and immediately hide within a Dao mountain. This heaven-opening Daoyuo immortal had a slightly slender figure, resembling a Taoist, holding a horsetail whisk resembling a sword. Seeing Guwen approaching, he stopped and turned to look at him. "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if this is the endless Dao Mountains?" Guwen asked, changing his voice. This is indeed the endless Dao Mountains. Is it your first time here?" The other replied, their tone slightly cold. "Yes, I've heard the endless Dao Mountains contain endless true meanings of the great Dao. My Dao practice has reached a bottleneck, so I wanted to give it a try. The great Dao aura here is indeed dense, even beyond my imagination, but it's different from what I expected." At the end of his sentence, Guwen pretended to hesitate. "Didn't expect there to be so many people here, right?" The other chimed in. "Exactly." Guwen's tone contained a hint of amazement. The other remarked, "Those who come here to cultivate are truly great powers from various realms. It only goes to show how vast the great Dao is, far beyond our imagination. I had some understanding of the endless Dao Mountains before coming, but upon arrival, like you, I was astonished. My name is Hongya Zi, from the Misty Immortal Court. What's your name, and which sect do you hail from?" Misty Immortal Court? Guwen didn't expect the first Daoyuo immortal he would meet to be from the Misty Immortal Court. He followed with, "My name is Meng Lang. When I attained Golden Immortal, my sect was destroyed, so I've been wandering without a sect for now." Upon hearing, Hongyazi said, "With your Dao practice, founding a sect wouldn't be difficult." Guwen shook his head. "Forget it. Having a sect means having burdens. I prefer pursuing the great Dao freely and unfettered." "That's certainly reasonable," Hongyazi agreed, seemingly deep in thought before falling silent. Guwen pondered on how to further the relationship. "Fellow Taoist Meng, since you're also new here, I assume you don't know where to head next. Why not join me to listen to a true immortal's lecture?" Hongyazi invited. Guwen was flattered and hesitantly asked, "I follow you? Is that suitable?" Hongyazi reassured, "Don't worry, I don't have any connection with that true immortal. Their lectures aren't private, anyone can attend and listen." "May I ask the name of the true immortal?" "He is revered as the white-haired ancestor, a highly respected immortal god of the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 652. Preaching, the incomparable Liya of today and the past. The dojo of the white-haired ancestor is situated on the endless Dao Mountain. Led by Hongyazi, the two soon reached the Dao Mountain where teachings were held. The height of this Dao Mountain ranked among the top 10, and there was an abundance of powerful presences on the mountain. They flew to a mid-mountain location where a sprawling open-air palace had been constructed. On the palace, there were thousands of mats, and already dozens of figures had gathered here. These figures were shrouded in the aura of rules, their true forms not revealed. Hongyazi was familiar with some of them and introduced Guwen to these individuals of great power. The atmosphere was quite congenial, and the conversation was enjoyable. Among those who came to listen to the teachings were also Taiching Golden Immortals, who dared not intrude on the conversations of the Daoyuo Immortals and stayed at a distance. As Guwen conversed with other Daoyuo Immortals, he was also reflecting in his heart. Indeed, no matter where you go, there will always be hierarchy. In any great thousand world, a Taiching Golden Immortal would be an unimaginable powerhouse, yet here, they were all very constrained, lacking the demeanor of a supreme being. He only sighed briefly, not giving it much thought. Those he conversed with were heaven-opening Daluo immortals, while afar, there was a Miaozhen Daluo immortal whom no one dared disturb. Through other heaven-opening Daluo immortals, Guwen gained a deeper understanding of the white-haired ancestor, who held a status in the celestial court far above that of an immortal monarch. He also learned that this lecture might last several hundred, or even thousands, of years, with still several months before it began. Guwen was not inclined to listen to the teachings here for thousands of years, as he also needed to gather medicinal herbs. So, before the arrival of the white-haired ancestor, he switched to a clone, and his true self secretly exited the endless Dao Mountain, returning to the celestial spirit great world unnoticed by the great cultivators present. Even when in the celestial spirit great world, he could connect his mind with the clone, equivalent to listening in person. Such a method probably didn't count as disrespect, and he thought that other listeners might not all be their true selves either. In the following times, more listeners continued to arrive. With the help of Hongya Guwen met numerous powerful figures from different factions. Hongya even introduced him to a star monarch of the celestial palace. Although this star monarch had only the cultivation level of a Taiqing golden immortal, relying on the celestial palace meant no others dared disrespect him. Even in the endless Dao Mountain, the celestial palace held absolute authority, and no one dared to offend it. Through Hongya Guwen also understood that the celestial palace had little renown across the 3,000 great thousand worlds because the rulers of various places did not wish their subjects to know there was an even mightier existence overseeing them, and the celestial gods guarding the great thousand worlds also gave face by not appearing rashly. This broadened Guwen's horizons. Apparently, there were relationships of interest between the celestial gods of other great thousand worlds and their rulers. No wonder people from other great thousand worlds frequently took the celestial order through the world gate. Months quickly passed by. By the day of the lecture, the number of listeners at this dojo had exceeded 800, with most discussing the phenomenon before the endless Dao Mountain. Guwen was already seated, patiently waiting for the arrival of the white-haired ancestor. He sensed the aura of a Dao extreme Daluo immortal at the top of Dao Mountain. Surely, that must be the white-haired ancestor. Guwen silently compared and felt that the opponent's cultivation might be in the late or perfection realm of the Dao extreme Daluo immortal stage. Although he was already a Dao extreme Daluo immortal, his life had been so short, like a child compared to a true Daluo immortal, so he was full of anticipation for this lecture. He wanted to see how vast the Dao intent of other Dao extreme Daluo immortals was, and how teachings from beyond heaven differed from his own. Dong. A bell sound reverberated through the entire Dao Mountain, bringing quiet to the dojo, as a white light fell from the sky onto the steps in front of the palace, mighty immortal energy dispersing, forming a strong wind over every listener. Guwen squinted and saw a figure descending from the white light. The white-haired ancestor. Dao extreme Daluo immortal. Within the dojo, there were only 2 Miaozhen Daluo immortals, and even if the aura of all the listeners combined, it couldn't match the white-haired ancestor. This made most listeners sit up straight involuntarily. As the white light faded, the figure of the white-haired ancestor was revealed. Though her entire form was surrounded by the gray aura of rules, from her silhouette, she was clearly a female immortal, holding a horsetail whisk in her hand, her robes wrapped tightly around her. This time, I will be discussing the path of power for you all. The voice of the white-haired ancestor sounded, melodious indeed, a female voice infused with immense Dao intent, causing the Dao rules on the Dao Mountain to pause. Thank you, ancestor. The listeners all bowed and said, and Guwen followed suit in salutation. The path of power? He indeed wished to see what distinctive insights this white-haired ancestor had on the path of power, given that he had also mastered it and held great interest in it. The white-haired ancestor sat down, and beneath her appeared a green lotus, equally unfathomable. Guwen even felt the lotus harbored power not weaker than that of the white-haired ancestor. As the white-haired ancestor began her teachings, time swiftly flowed by. Guwen's mind was also immersed in the listening, following the guidance of the white-haired ancestor to comprehend the path of power. While the clone listened to the teachings on the endless Tao Mountain, Guan continued living in the celestial spirit great world. Harvesting medicinal herbs had become a regular task for him, one that he wouldn't interrupt. The conflicts in the human world grew more intense, with volatile rulers emerging within various sects and imperial dynasties, inciting more fierce power struggles internally, including within the Tao court. When internal strife engulfed the Tao court, unable to fully salvage the worldly chaos, disorder across the universe intensified. Emperor Tianhong had fully harnessed the power of the longevity sword, capable of contending against the free immortal of Taoist song, yet his pressure continued to grow. He underestimated the difficulty of the salvation task arranged by the supporting Tao sword venerable. So the novel, Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. In attempting to align with the Tao court, the result was that the Tao court soon erupted into chaos. Some even coveted his physical body, attempting to possess him. After much fighting, he completely severed ties with the Tao court, and under Zhao Rushan's scheming, became a most wanted criminal of the Tao court. He had no choice but to use Tao treasures to seek out other Wuxia disciples still making their way in the world. Guan observed all these scenes without issuing more directives. Until one day, someone appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Jianghu sect, wearing black clothes, a bamboo hat, and carrying a sword, appearing travel-worn. He looked up at the plaque above the mountain gate, revealing a cold face. It was Liya. A divine exotic immortal spirit jumped out of his body, landing on his shoulder. Looking at the Jianghu sect, it sighed, such abundant destiny, far beyond what the supreme sect can compare to, no wonder it's a force nurtured by the master. Li Ya's gaze was complicated. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. May I ask your origins, sir, and if you have an invitation to join the sect? A Jianghu sect disciple raised a sword scabbard, blocking Liya, his gaze calm as he scrutinized him. Liya took out a token from his sleeve, saying, I have the token of Elder Li Xuanyu, I am her clansman. The Jianghu sect disciple took the token, examined it carefully, then allowed Liya to enter the sect upon confirming it was genuine. The divine exotic immortal spirit stood on Li Ya's shoulder, jesting, even though you're already a divine immortal of wondrous dharma, these disciples still don't take you seriously. It seems your cultivation isn't enough yet. Liya snorted. Nowadays, geniuses keep emerging. What's my talent worth? Don't provoke me. I am no longer the hot-blooded Liya of old. The divine exotic immortal spirit covered its mouth and laughed, but didn't tease him further. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653. The calamity ends as the cup falls under the blue sky, with green mountains and clear waters, birds sing and flowers blossom. Liya and Li Xuanyu sat in a small pavilion below the mountain stream, drinking tea and catching up. Listening to Liya recount his experiences over the years, Li Xuanyu appeared indifferent but was feeling a lot of emotions inside. Compared to Liya, she felt much luckier. In order to become stronger, Liya had to roam around and seize opportunities, engaging in combat year after year, whereas she had no shortage of cultivation resources within the Jianghu sect and faced no bottlenecks in practice. Regarding the absence of bottlenecks in her practice, she suspected that Guan was secretly helping her. Before meeting Guan, her comprehension wasn't as impressive. After finishing his legendary tales, Liya raised an eyebrow as he looked at Li Xuanyu and asked, Sister, how have you been these years? He was unaware of the emotions in Li Xuanya's heart. He was still very proud of his own experiences, and although he wasn't listed among the prodigies, his reputation was not low, and it was all earned through his own efforts. Li Xuanyu didn't conceal her experiences and began to recount how she was mainly advancing her status within the Jianghu sect. In the end, Li Xuanyu sighed. Compared to you, my life is too plain. Liya was initially engrossed, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was off. With the assistance of the sect's great powers, she successfully crossed the tribulation and broke through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. Under the guidance of immortals, she achieved the Xiaoyao immortal realm. During the celestial tribulation when crossing the mysterious spiritual immortal realm, she almost perished, luckily aided by the Wuxia Dao treasure. Li opened his mouth, wanting to ask, "Is this right?" He knew Li Zuanya's talent. Back on the Taizong continent, he had already surpassed Li Xuanyu. After tens of thousands of years of wandering the world, encountering numerous opportunities, he had endured countless hardships just to prove himself in the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. The difficulties Li Xuanyu encountered during her tribulations were the same as his, and every time he succeeded he was badly wounded and suffered greatly. And Li Xuanyu? Even though she was his own sister, Li couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. "Junior brother Gu, are you trying to tell me that staying by your side holds more promise?" Li felt that Gu Wen was deliberately nurturing Li Xuanyu. If it were just an ordinary connection, protection would already be commendable. How could Li Xuanyu have cultivated to her current realm? And so quickly? Li Xuanyu asked, "Why have you come?" But Li felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. His relationship with Gu Wen was closer, so why did it now seem more distant? Li answered, "Regarding this world, I have obtained some information that I want to convey to Fu Dao's Sword Venerable." He almost couldn't help but refer to Gu Wen as Junior Brother Gu, but then thought that Gu Wen was Fu Dao's Sword Venerable and was the one who altered Li Zuanya's fate. He shouldn't be so impolite. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years, would Gu Wen still recognize him as senior brother? SAR the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As his realm grew higher, Li Ya's understanding also improved, and he became increasingly in awe of Fu Dao's Sword Venerable's power. No matter how strong he became, he was still an ordinary person in this world. He had encountered too many existences that made him look up in awe, which is why he was often amazed by Gu Wen's strength. What kind of strength could allow Gu Wen to disregard the entire celestial spirit great world, and even confront terrifying existences from outer heaven? About the world? Li Xuanyu was surprised, and was about to ask more. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the two of them. The newcomer rolled up his sleeves and sat down directly. Li Xuanyu was stunned, staring blankly at Gu Wen. Li was equally shocked when he saw Gu Wen suddenly sitting beside him. Gu Wen was dressed in white, wearing a newly crafted immortal king crown, exuding an ethereal aura, and with that nearly perfect face, he seemed like an immortal monarch descended from the heavens. "What? Not welcoming me?" Gu Wen smiled, then nonchalantly poured himself some tea. Li Xuanyu regained her composure and said, "How could we not welcome you? I just didn't expect you to come out personally." Her gaze inadvertently turned to Li Ya. She had known for a long time that Gu Wen valued Li Ya greatly, but she didn't expect that as soon as Li Ya arrived, Gu Wen would personally come to meet him. This affection runs deep. Her heart was filled with confusion. Logically, when Gu Wen met Li Ya, he was already a transcendent great power, so how could spending just a few years together in the profound valley forge such a bond? Or was there a potential within Li Ya that she couldn't see through? Gu Wen drank a cup of tea and said with a chuckle, "Go ahead, what is this intelligence about the world that you need to tell me?" Li Ya snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious, and said, "The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. I initially thought it was just celestial Dao reincarnation, until I met an old Taoist. He was a servant of the heavenly Dao and had encountered some kind of curse. Before he died, he told me that a grudge power from outer heaven is tainting the human world. It will amplify the evil thoughts in living beings' hearts, and if this force isn't eradicated, chaos in the human world will continue until the world perishes." Li Zuanya's expression changed after hearing this, and she instinctively looked at Gu Wen, wanting to know if what Li Ya said was true. She believed that Gu Wen could see through everything in the world. Gu Wen looked at Li Ya and softly laughed. "You also mentioned it amplifies the evil thoughts in hearts, which suggests that there is already grudge in the hearts of all beings, doesn't it?" What Li Ya said was indeed true. Those believers who spread the heavenly Tao and celestial court in the human world had been subjected to curses in succession. Clearly, that strange force dreaded the celestial court, but with so many great thousand worlds being invaded by the strange force, could the celestial court be unaware? Guwen had already detected the source of the strange force, which came from Chaos Grudge Luo, an evil entity originating from beyond the 3,000 great worlds with cultivation at the middle stage of the Miao Jin Daluo Immortal realm. After deducing, Guwen realized there are many similar evil entities like Chaos Grudge Luo within Chaos, and the presence of Celestial Court destiny at the edge of Chaos indicated that the Celestial Court had long been targeting Chaos. Chaos Grudge Luo invading the 3,000 great worlds seems like a conspiracy from whichever angle. This conspiracy might originate from profound star Immortal Monarch. How could he be the one to stick his neck out? When the celestial spirit great world truly reaches the brink of life and death, then he would act. He had saved this part of the great thousand world many times, but the living beings he saved would eventually head towards death, and his intervention was merely to extend the lifespan of all living beings. Humans have emotions and desires, so evil thoughts cannot be eradicated, but the outer heaven force certainly conceals a greater calamity. Perhaps this force grows stronger by absorbing the evil thoughts of all living beings? Leah said, frowning. Guwen cast a sidelong glance at him and said irritably, "It's not that exaggerated." He had already seen through the reason Chaos Grudge Luo released the strange force. It wasn't to absorb the power of all living beings, but rather, as its grudge power covered more, the Celestial Tao destiny would recede. Once the Celestial Tao destiny completely dissipated, Chaos Grudge Luo would descend. Before breaking through, he also thought Chaos Grudge Luo's invasion of the Great Thousand World was for feeding or strengthening. Now it seems, the invaded Great Thousand Worlds resemble a path. Chaos Grudge Luo might be fleeing or attempting to reach a certain place, but encountering too much Celestial Tao destiny along the way, it could only act in this manner. It's like a refugee fleeing, being too hurried to care if any bugs were squashed along the way. Li Xuanyu chimed in, "Endless are the tribulations of the world, we cannot always rely on the sword venerable. The lessons learned from blood will be left in history, for future generations to remember, thereby avoiding more disasters." She was also comprehending the path of cause and effect, and her greatest insight was that as long as there is spiritual intelligence, conflict is inevitable, and with enough conflict, disaster is bound to occur. She believed that one must save oneself amidst disasters rather than seek assistance from strong entities outside the rules. Lately, there have been undercurrents surging within the Jianghu sect, and the atmosphere has become increasingly severe. However, the higher-ups didn't want to ask for Wuxi's help, as that would appear incompetent. But Leah hesitated, having initially thought the matter would not be difficult for Guwen, hence why he sought Guwen out, only to be refused unexpectedly. Guwen gently pushed his teacup towards Leah and said, "Does senior brother Li very much want to end this chaos?" Leah instinctively picked up the teapot and poured tea for Guwen, then asked, "What do you mean, just because I want it, it can happen? Since you came looking for me, how could I not fulfill your wish?" Guwen said with great vigor. In front of others, he would pretend to be a sage, but in front of Leah, he wanted to show off a bit. Leah was greatly surprised, but recalling Li Zuanyas' words, he felt they made sense. Once this tribulation ends, what about the next? Would he have to seek out Guwen every time? Leah furrowed his brow, hesitating. Would doing this deplete your cultivation level or bring you immense trouble? Guwen lifted his teacup and emptied it again, then shook the cup at Leah and said, "This catastrophe may be unstoppable for the all living beings under heaven, but for me, it's just like putting down this cup." As he finished speaking, he gently placed the teacup down. He looked at Leah and smiled. "See, isn't it done?" Leah was stunned. Li Zuanyas' eyes also showed a look of confusion. Little did they know that the strange force enveloping the all living beings under heaven dissipated in that instant, ceasing to exist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654. The Change of Cause and Effect, Isn't It Already Done? Upon hearing Gu An's words, Leah was momentarily dazed. Such a boastful tone. So good at pretending. Leah secretly grumbled, then asked, "When will you take action?" If peace could return to the world, that would naturally be a good thing. Guwen looked at Leah, blinked, and said, "Haven't I already taken action?" Liya widened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Gu, don't jest with me. Did your cup land on the table and disperse that bizarre power covering all living beings?" Guan smiled at him, not answering. Li Xuanyu was the first to believe Gu Anna's words, her gaze at Guan full of indescribable meaning. See Tijnalf Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Faced with Gu Anna's smile, Liya suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that Guan was not boasting but actually did it? But why did he not feel any trace of it? Could it be that before he came, Guan had already resolved that strange power? Liya was filled with confusion, not knowing what to ask. "What are your plans for the future? Do you need to enter the Dao court?" Guan asked, not continuing to discuss the strange power. He believed that after parting this time, Liya would investigate this matter, and then Liya would be even more amazed by his strength. Liya did not question Gu An's ability to arrange for him to enter the Dao court, but he shook his head and said, "I don't want to be restricted, otherwise I would have stayed at the Supreme Sect all along. I plan to continue traveling, as there are countless opportunities in this world that have yet to bore me." Besides the opportunities nurtured by the Great Thousand World after its reshaping, Gu An once spread treasures from the battle court across the world. To this day, 70% of them have yet to surface, including various inheritances. Even Liya, as a divine immortal of wondrous dharma, and indeed a profound yuan-free immortal, would encounter suitable divine skills and secret skills. After hearing this, Guan did not insist. He began reminiscing about the past, causing both Li Xuanyu and Liya to be filled with emotion. 160,000 years ago, even if they were beaten to death, they could never have imagined achieving the accomplishments and status they enjoy today. Speaking of old friends, they began to talk more to each other, with Li Xuanyu occasionally interjecting. The atmosphere was very harmonious. 1 hour later, Guan invited Liya to visit the Jianghu sect, while Li Xuanyu found an excuse to leave, not disturbing them. After they were alone, Liya no longer held back and began to talk about his troubles over the years. He spoke about family, love, and enemies, saying whatever came to mind. Even when facing his wife and children, he would never show a vulnerable side, but facing Guan, he couldn't help but speak of these matters. Guan listened attentively, occasionally teasing Liya, causing Liya's emotions to fluctuate. After staying at the Jianghu sect for 2 days, Guan took Liya to Wuxia to see his dojo. Upon stepping into the dojo, Liya was awestruck by the spiritual energy present. Guan accompanied Liya on a stroll inside the dojo, where they encountered disciples cultivating. The dojo was vast, and the disciples preferred to cultivate alone in different spots. Upon seeing Gu An's arrival, the disciples all paid their respects, and Guan introduced Liya to them. The disciples had an impression of Liya, having heard from an exen that Liya was the person Guan cared about most. Liya could sense that each Wuxia disciple's cultivation level was not weaker than his own, and an exen and the blood prison great saint gave him an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, Liya wasn't discouraged, believing it only natural to train alongside Guan. After staying at the Taoist field of the beginningless for 3 days, he bid farewell to Guan. "Would you like to stay and cultivate?" Guan asked with a smile. Liya shook his head and said, "I've relied on you a lot already. To tell the truth, I still have the ambition to surpass you. Though cultivating by your side would be faster, it's impossible to surpass you, so I need to forge my own path, and my nature isn't suited to long-term seclusion. The world is vast, and my eyes have yet to fully take it in. After I've roamed across this world, I'll return to reminisce with you." At this, Liya became high-spirited. Guan greatly admired his ambition and thus did not stop him. "Besides, I need to see if you've truly resolved the catastrophe," Liya stated, staring intensely at Guan, as if challenging him. Guan laughed and said, "I'm afraid these eyes of yours won't perceive if I've truly resolved it." Upon hearing this, Liya was instantly frustrated. The divine exotic immortal spirit popped out and said, pitifully, "Master, I want to stay." Liya immediately grabbed it, and with an awkward smile, said to Guan, "It's speaking nonsense. The divine exotic immortal spirit widened its eyes, struggling hard. You two do match well. Guwen shook his head and laughed. He could hear the thoughts of the divine exotic immortal spirit, knowing it was reluctant to leave Li Ya, and spoke out of disapproval of Li Ya's posturing. We're leaving now. Li Ya left this utterance, taking the divine exotic immortal spirit with him. Guwen stood amid the woods, watching them leave, feeling quite amused by their banter. The power of divine exotic city was inferior to Dao treasure. Even if had given divine exotic city to Li Ya, he wouldn't have minded. The reason for maintaining a layer of connection was in case Li Ya suddenly left his line of sight in the future. An Xan appeared beside Guwen, also watching Li Ya's back. She curiously asked, Master, did Elder Li's causal change, was it your doing? Though she couldn't clearly see all of Li Ya's fate, she could feel the changes in Li Ya's fate and causality, affecting his destiny. No, it's his choices that changed his causality. Guwen answered calmly. Though the strange power had been dispelled by Guwen, Li Ya's interest in powers from outer heaven had been piqued, and he would focus more on everything related to outer heaven, thereby altering his life's path. With Guwen's influence existing, the future of the reincarnation body would become more and more illusory. After all, the reincarnation body itself is determined by the original body. Guwen's current strength could create different futures, even make different futures exist truly. Using modern Earth's terms, he could create parallel worlds with a single thought. An Xin had a thoughtful expression, believing Li Ya's change in choices was also due to this conversation with Guwen. Guwen turned around and returned, with an Xin closely following, starting to ask him about her cultivation doubts. Though the strange power had been dispersed by Guwen, the hatred among people had already formed, and the chaos in the human world would continue for a while, but compared to before, it wouldn't become more tragic. Meanwhile, Emperor Tianhong would earlier confront Zhao Rushan, marking the beginning of an unprecedented era of dual heroes. This contention would also shake the foundations of the Dao court, bringing a new variable to the dynamics of the human world. Endless Dao Mountain. The white-haired ancestor lectured for a millennium, and as the bell rang, all listeners awoke. I permit each of you to ask one question. Once I've resolved everyone's doubts, this lecture will conclude. You may ask about any confusion during the lecture, or ask questions unrelated to this lecture. The voice of the white-haired ancestor rose, causing whispers to ripple through the dojo. Guwen also began to ponder what kind of question he should ask the white-haired ancestor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655. Sungen, Infinite. After the words of the white-haired ancestor ended, he did not give the listeners much time to think and soon had the listener sitting at the front ask a question. This listener inquired about the confusion arising during the hearing of the Tao. The path of power is vast and boundless, and the Tao practice of the white-haired ancestor is extremely profound. Even Guwen, with his achievements in Tao comprehension, benefited greatly from the listening. Facing the listener's question, the white-haired ancestor quickly dispelled doubts, answering with profound meaning, causing many listeners to fall into contemplation. The white-haired ancestor continued to call on people, letting the listeners ask questions one after another. Search * the Nefire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guwen originally wanted to gather some information. Seeing that the previous questions were all about cultivation matters, he felt he couldn't make an exception. However, after several dozen listeners, someone finally asked a question unrelated to cultivation. Ancestor, you are honored as the Celestial Tao Venerable of the Celestial Court. How do you view the relationship between chaos and the Celestial Court? Does the Celestial Court leave room for chaos? This listener's voice was female, her words sharp, her tone aggressive, more like an interrogation. Guwen felt that despite her cultivation level being just at the heaven-opening Daluo Immortal, she dared to speak to the white-haired ancestor in such a manner. What kind of backing did she have? Chaos is the place where the great Tao is nurtured. It cannot be eradicated. The Celestial Court can only set boundaries, leaving no room for leeway. The white-haired ancestor responded indifferently, his tone unchanged from before, seeming not to be angered. This listener was surrounded by the aura of rules. Guwen was also unsure if she was satisfied with the answer. Questions continued, and once someone led, subsequent questions were all related to the Celestial Court. Besides the Celestial Dao Immortal Position Assessment and participating in Celestial Army Selection, is there a third way to join the Immortal class? If one renders great merit to the living beings of a certain world, the Celestial Court will also reward them, allowing them to join the Immortal class. This is also the main purpose of the Heavenly Dao. The God of Destruction destroyed the Lingjiang Great World without proclaiming the Celestial Court's decree. Is there another scheme behind this? I do not control the celestial gods. I cannot answer you. I also will not help you investigate this matter. If you are dissatisfied, you can petition Tsangtian. Facing the listener's inquiries, the white-haired ancestor's every answer came quickly. She did not seem to hold the posture of an immortal god, and she also displayed considerable toughness in the face of some challenging questions. Through the listener's questions, Guwen also learned about Tsangtian. Tsangtian is a kind of will manifested by the Celestial Court using the Heavenly Dao, omnipresent. If there is suffering in the human world, one can complain to Tsangtian, and it will be conveyed to the Celestial Court. The white-haired ancestor used Tsangtian to handle many listeners' grievances. Guwen also felt that Tsangtian was quite far-fetched, but it related to the Celestial Dao destiny which even a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal could not deduce. Throughout the listening, he had only one feeling. All living beings have long suffered under the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court's inaction and wanton actions are clearly not isolated incidents. Yet faced with so many complaints, the white-haired ancestor remained indifferent, did not make any promises, but also did not get angry over the listener's questions. She truly resembled the immortal god Guwen imagined, not feeling joy or sorrow over the happiness or suffering of all living beings. She seemed unconcerned with the suffering of all beings. Her purpose here was not to do anything for the Celestial Court, she simply wished to expound on the Tao, seeking nothing in return. Guwen had to admit that such a mindset was the strongest, unbound by any factors. Of course, due to his stance, Guwen could not agree with the Celestial Court, because their inaction also posed a threat to him. Time quickly passed. Unknowingly, it was Guwen's turn to speak. He was already prepared. When the white-haired ancestor's gaze fell on him, he opened his mouth and asked, I have traveled to many universes, finding those powerful ones in infinite expansion. I want to ask, is the Great Tao truly infinite, and what is our meaning as cultivators within the Great Tao? Regarding the Celestial Court's issues, many had already asked, making him unwilling to inquire further. Whether the Great Tao is infinite, this is a question he pondered frequently. If the Great Tao is truly infinite, it would mean that time and space are also infinite, with no distinction between ancient and future, and cultivators are merely part of the Great Tao, never able to surpass it. If Guwen were also infinite like the Great Tao, he should not only have infinite possibilities in the future, his past should also be without end. He could not imagine having no origin to his past. This is like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. If Guwen is the chicken, aiming to achieve infinity like the Great Tao, wouldn't he need to create an egg for himself, which easily leads to a paradox. The existence of the path of cause and effect proves that everything has a starting point. Guwen's question brought silence to the dojo, no longer were there whispers. The white-haired ancestor said, as of now, the Great Tao is indeed infinite, even the Celestial Court cannot reach the source of the Great Tao, even the Supreme Celestial Emperor cannot see the end of the Great Tao. It is precisely for this reason that we can continuously comprehend the Great Tao, never feeling weary or satisfied. This answer did not fully satisfy Guwen, but at least clarified that the Celestial Court has not yet reached the point of dominating the Great Tao. The questions continued. When everyone had finished asking, several days had passed. When involving enlightenment issues, the white-haired ancestor would speak more. After the questions ended, the white-haired ancestor rose and left, and once she left, the dojo became lively, with some listeners immediately leaving, while others chose to stay and continue socializing. Hongyazi did not leave and pulled Guwen along to interact, which suited Guwen perfectly. When meeting a heaven-opening Daluo immortal from the Great Thousand World, Guwen feigned curiosity and asked, "I heard from a fellow Taoist that Chaos Grudge Luo from Chaos is wreaking havoc in the Great Thousand World. Will the Celestial Court handle this matter?" This heaven-opening Daluo immortal, upon hearing this, snorted, "How would the Celestial Court handle it? Chaosa creatures that can survive are basically favored by the great powers of the Celestial Court. I have already detected the matter of Chaos Grudge Luo, affecting several dozen Great Thousand Worlds, yet there are no actions from the Celestial Court. Clearly there is a calculation, we should just pretend not to see." Another Daluo immortal spoke. "Indeed, the 3,000 Great Worlds seem to be the heavenly Daos main stage, but more like the Celestial Court's breeding ground. Nothing that happens within the 3,000 Great Worlds can escape their eyes. If they don't act, it indicates it's their doing." Others followed suit, expressing great dissatisfaction with the Celestial Court. Guwen greatly admired them. These people truly dared to speak. They were not afraid of this reaching the ears of the Celestial Court. After their conversation ended, Hongyazi pulled Guwen to a secluded place and whispered, "Are you curious as to why they dare discuss the Celestial Court so boldly?" Guwen nodded. "Because the endless Tao mountain is not affected by celestial Tao destiny, you should be able to feel it, and the immortal gods who can come here aren't bound by the Celestial Court's rules, so it's no harm if they're overheard." Hongyazi explained. Guwen curiously asked, "How does the Misty Immortal Court view the Celestial Court?" The Misty Immortal Court has produced many immortal gods, recognized as a subordinate sect by the Celestial Court. Hongyazi sneered, "How else can they see it? Outwardly they still have to flatter the Celestial Court. Within the heavenly Tao, no force dares to oppose the Celestial Court. Those who resist have already been obliterated. No matter how powerful, they will eventually be destroyed by heavenly might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 656. Reincarnation of Yuan Luohongzi was clearly quite discontent with the Celestial Court. When Guwen asked, he opened up immediately and began to speak eloquently. It turns out that, although the Misty Immortal Court has a path for ascending to immortality, it comes at a significant cost. Every 10,000 years, it must offer a vast amount of resources to the Celestial Court and erect divine statues of the Heavenly Court Immortals in every immortal mansion. Those who successfully enter the immortal class, although they don't sever ties with the Misty Immortal Court, become arrogant and treat the others as slaves. Through Hongyazi, Guwen gained more understanding of the Misty Immortal Court. Although the destiny of the Misty Immortal Court is not as powerful as the Celestial Court, it is still a formidable existence. Whether there is a perfect Taoist Great Luo immortal realm within it is hard to say at the moment. He can't fully calculate it. The inability to calculate suggests that such an existence might indeed be there. The fact that it can nurture an emperor of eternal life is enough to prove the deep foundation of the Misty Immortal Court. Hongyazi was quite impressed with Guwen, feeling as if they were old friends at first meeting. He even invited Guwen to visit the Misty Immortal Court in the future, handing him a token named the Red Domain Immortal Token. With this token, Guwen could enter the Misty Immortal Court and be honored as a distinguished guest. The Misty Immortal Court possesses numerous immortal domains. Hongyazi is the pavilion master of the Red Domain Immortal Mansion and holds significant power within the Misty Immortal Court. Guwen accepted without reservation, saying he would definitely visit him. Afterward, the two parted ways. Guwen was merely a clone. He did not plan to leave Endless Tao Mountain just yet. Instead, he intended to find a suitable Tao Mountain to settle down on. He didn't need to return to his true self. His true self could already access his memories and even directly control him. At the same time, far away, in the Taoist field of the beginningless, Guwen began to ponder whether or not to visit the Misty Immortal Court to see Hongyazi. Given his current cultivation level, even if he encountered trouble in the Misty Immortal Court, he could easily retreat unscathed. Forget it, there's no need to rush into this matter, especially since he has no pressing reason to visit the Misty Immortal Court. First, he should elevate his cultivation to the perfection realm of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal before considering it. Gu closed his eyes, laying on a rock to bask in the sun, while his thoughts wandered to the omnipresent Tao rules. Atop the magnificent golden furnace, Huang Feng Immortal Monarch sat cross-legged in midair, hands resting on his knees, silently practicing his arts. CTH Novel, F.I.R. NT website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A golden light appeared behind him, manifesting a figure. It was the celestial calming god. The celestial calming god clasped his fists in salute and said, "Immortal monarch, Chaos Grudge Luo has become a significant force. If we don't suppress him soon, I'm afraid it will cause great trouble. Under the heavens, a higher power will surely notice." Huang Feng Immortal Monarch, with his back turned, did not open his eyes as he asked, "Has the power of the Chaos Grudge Luo invaded the celestial spirit great world?" The celestial calming god frowned and said, "Yes, but his power has vanished. It's unclear whether he withdrew or if a great power intervened." Over the years, he had kept an eye on Chaos Grudge Luo, and was quite surprised by the anomalies in the celestial spirit great world. He hadn't consulted the celestial spirit god, aware of the past of the celestial spirit great world, feeling that there was a great cause and effect in which he dared not indulge. Now, hearing Huang Feng Immortal Monarch mention the celestial spirit great world, his vigilance only heightened. He must absolutely avoid getting entangled with the causes and effects of the celestial spirit great world. Upon hearing his words, Huang Feng Immortal Monarch opened his eyes. He gazed down at the world within the furnace, contemplating something unknown. For a long time. "Begin closing the net. You're responsible for eliminating the power of Chaos Grudge Luo. I will request stronger forces of the heavenly Tao to capture him." Huang Feng Immortal Monarch spoke, allowing the celestial calming god to breathe a sigh of relief as he accepted the order and departed. After the celestial calming god's departure, the area fell silent, with Huang Feng Immortal Monarch's eyes flickering, pondering something in his heart. Time passed gently. Since the teaching session at Endless Tao Mountain ended, Guan had not encountered any major events, and life became leisurely once more. The dark clouds looming over the world had dissipated, though conflicts in the human world persisted. After Guan eradicated the power of Chaos Grudge Luo, within 100 years, the Jianghu sect regained peace and began to send disciples out again to save the world. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed in an instant. At over 17 million years old, Guan had accumulated 16 trillion years of lifespan, using 8 trillion years of lifespan to progress from the early to the middle stage of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal realm, excluding the depletion from the lifespan barrier. Therefore, he planned to reach 20 trillion years of lifespan before attempting to break through to the later stage. Until he reaches the perfection realm of the Tao Extreme Daluo Immortal, he has no intention of pursuing the functional threshold of 100 trillion years of lifespan. In the spring of that year, while Guan was in the courtyard writing with his brush, he suddenly looked up, his eyes carrying an unusual expression. Shenzhen, who was playing the zither beside him, noticed his anomaly and asked, "What is it? Has something happened to the Jianghu sect?" Where Guan was looking was precisely in the direction of the Jianghu sect. Nothing much, just that a disciple with extraordinary talent is about to be born in the Jianghu sect, Guan casually replied, then withdrew his gaze and continued writing. Shenzhen became curious and probed further. How does he compare to Emperor Tianhong or Zhao Rushan? As the millennia passed, the conflicts in the human world had neared their end. The enmity between Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan was renowned across the world, both being the strongest prodigies of different eras. Now, as they clashed like water and fire, the world was curious as to who would emerge victorious in the end. Perhaps even more so, Guan said, with profound implication. Emperor Tianhong was an immortal god reincarnation, while the disciple mentioned was the reincarnation of Chaos Grudge Luo. Chaos Grudge Luo didn't seem to have reincarnated of his own volition. It seemed he was cast into the reincarnation of the celestial spirit great world by some powerful being, conveniently ending up in the Jianghu sect, which was certainly no coincidence. It appears that behind Tai Immortal Monarch or Profound Star Immortal Monarch, there exists an even more powerful presence keeping an eye on Guan. Although separated by celestial Dao destiny, Guan found it difficult to deduce. However, the other party didn't dare act rashly even when facing his pre-breakthrough self, so naturally, now that he has broken through, he would be even less panicked. If that's the case, the Jianghu sect is finally going to rise. Shen Zhen commented without giving much thought, but rather with a sense of amazement. The Jianghu sect is thriving but too young compared to sects that have been around for millions, tens of millions, or even longer. In all aspects, it falls far behind. If it could give birth to a disciple with talent surpassing even that of Emperor Tianhong or Zhao Rushan, it might possibly close that gap. Having spent tens of thousands of years near the Jianghu sect, Shen Zhen had developed feelings for it. Any Wuxia disciple visiting the Jianghu sect would be received as an honored guest, without any incidents of disrespect thus far. The leadership of the Jianghu sect holds Wuxia in high regard and dares not take it lightly. The Jianghu sect will rise eventually, sooner or later, and they will also fall eventually. Guan said as he continued to write. He had even given up on the Supreme Sect, so he wouldn't be constantly sheltering the Jianghu sect. Shen Zhen did not question Guan's words but instead asked, if Emperor Tianhong were to return, would you really take him as a disciple? Guan replied, I do not enjoy breaking my word. In the Taoist field of the beginningless, there were no major secrets to keep. The dojo itself could be moved or rebuilt. That Emperor Tianhong could kneel for so many years was enough to prove his character. What if he was an immortal god reincarnation? Perhaps Guan could learn more about the celestial court from Emperor Tianhong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657. Unbeatable Emperor. 16 years later, a major event occurred in the Jianghu sect. A 16-year-old male disciple was unusually accepted as a disciple by the sect hierarch, with the intention of grooming him to be the next sect hierarch. This matter had the approval of the 4 grand elders, and various rumors spread within the sect and even to the entire world. This boy's name is Yuan Luo. He didn't originally have this name, but after his first qi absorption cultivation, he changed it to this name. During his first qi absorption, he successfully established his foundation, shocking the cultivator who was instructing him, and the news quickly reached the higher-ups of the Jianghu sect. Thereafter, Yuan Luo took only a year to condense a golden core, and at 16, he was already at the nascent soul realm, with a cultivation speed that was astonishingly fast. Yi Qingshan discussed for several days and decided to nurture Yuan Luo in the same manner as training a prodigy in the Dao court. They are determined to cultivate Yuan Luo to be comparable to Zhao Rushan or Emperor Tianhong, but in my opinion, they are relying on Wuxia's protection. Without Wuxia, raising disciples like this would only lead to a premature demise. An Xen spoke while standing next to Guan, who was fishing by the edge of a lake created by the ghost mother of ephemera, which was stocked with many nimble fish for his amusement. It doesn't matter. Whether we admit it or not, the outside world sees Wuxia as the pillar of the Jianghu sect, and indeed, we've done many things. Guan said, staring at the lake surface. As his cultivation level became higher and the years he experienced became more numerous, Guan's mindset also transformed. He focused more on his own feelings. An Xian curiously asked, Master, what's the origin of Yuan Luo with such incredible talent? He must be the reincarnation of a great power, right? Yes, in his past life he was called Chaos Grudge Luo, causing havoc across many great thousand worlds. The previous calamity in the human world was caused by his power. He was likely captured by the immortal gods and cast into reincarnation, ending up in this plight. Guan didn't hide anything, briefly explaining Yuan Luo's background. An Xen frowned and asked, actions of the immortal gods? Such a wicked entity reincarnated within the Jianghu sect, wouldn't there be some scheme involved? Guan glanced at her and smiled. Indeed, there might be some hidden scheme, but such schemes have never ceased. If you can't see through them yourself, it means you're still not strong enough. Seeing him still able to smile, an Exen knew everything was under his control. She couldn't help but ask, "Master, do you need me to do anything? Let nature take its course." Guan didn't say much more. He believed an Exen would understand his meaning. After spending so many years together, the two had developed a high level of rapport, and some things didn't need to be repeatedly explained. An Exen no longer talked about Yuan Luo but shifted the topic to Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan. "I heard the Dao court plans to cultivate Zhao Rushan to become a Daoist emperor. Didn't you say a Daoist emperor must prove themselves on the path of the Great Dao? Could it be that Zhao Rushan is heading to the path of the Great Dao next?" An Exen was very interested in the Daoist emperor, and wondered whether a Daoist emperor at the same realm could rival her immortal emperor's eye. "He is destined to go and is fated to become a Daoist emperor," Guan replied. When mentioning the Daoist emperor, he couldn't help but shift his focus to the path of the Great Dao, observing Ji Xiaoyu and Xiaolan. Sarch * the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ji Xiaoyu had been fighting for many years, and with his destiny forming, he was getting closer to becoming a Daoist emperor, while Xiaolan had also started to embark on the emperor road. After participating in the Daoist emperor's competition, their cultivation grew quickly, able to strengthen through battles. Xiaolan had already reached the divine thought true immortal realm, catching up with Tianhao far off in the misty immortal court. Ji Xiaoyu was even assaulting the heaven-encompassing free immortal realm and, in terms of strength, he was now stronger than Yuan Songzi. After years of battling side by side, Yuan Songzi had successfully persuaded Ji Xiaoyu to join the Dao court. If she and Xiaolan succeeded, the Dao court would have two Daoist emperors, giving it the confidence to stand against the 3,000 great worlds outside the celestial spirit great world. Guan could hear the voice of Yuan Songzi's mind, feeling that his mood was far more excited than it appeared on his face. Ji Xiaoyu was cultivating and preparing for battle, and his next opponent was an unparalleled prodigy who had achieved 1,000 victories at the same realm on the path of the Great Dao, the unbeatable emperor from the primordial emperor domain. The unbeatable emperor ranked among the top 5 illustrious prodigies in the primordial emperor domain, and his momentum was extremely strong. Guan had already calculated the result of this battle and wasn't surprised. The original master of the immortal emperor's eye, the Stealing Heaven Emperor, came from the primordial emperor domain. This person founded the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect, even provoking the celestial court's pursuit, proving the terrifying extent of his Dao practice. The deep foundation of the primordial emperor domain was unmatched by the Great Thousand Worlds. "Master, do you think we need to foster a Daoist emperor in Wuxia?" An Exien asked expectantly. Although Wuxia wasn't a sect in the conventional sense, as the senior disciple, an Exen hoped Wuxia would grow stronger. "It depends on personal goals. I don't demand it. Although a Daoist emperor is indeed powerful, the path is very difficult." Guan spoke softly, with the memory of the emperor of eternal life in him. He knew how arduous the path to becoming a Daoist emperor was. Looking at the disciples within the dojo, to be honest, he hadn't yet seen anyone with the potential to become a Daoist emperor, even Xiaolan, who relied on his covert protection while outside. If Xiaolan were to venture out alone, she would have died long ago. Moreover, he could sense that if he continued to aid Xiaolan, she would never be able to become a Daoist emperor, no matter how many times she won. The Great Dao's will on the path of the Great Dao is unfathomable. After listening, an Exen fell into contemplation, vaguely understanding the implication behind Gu An's words. At this moment, Gu An's fishing rod moved, and he began to reel it in with effort, his arms trembling. Watching Guan struggle as if he were a mortal, an Exen covered her mouth and laughed, thinking her master truly loved to act. In a bright palace, Ji Xiaoyu sat meditating in front of a blue crystal, the crystal reflecting her silhouette. Yuan Songzi approached, stopping in front of Ji Xiaoyu, hesitating to speak. With her eyes closed, Ji Xiaoyu asked, "Speak your mind, Ting Master." Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "Give up, your next opponent is unbeatable." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes, staring steadily at him. Yuan Songzi continued, "I've investigated. The unbeatable emperor not only achieved 1,000 victories, but he also swept through the peers in the primordial emperor domain. A Taoist emperor once fought him at the same realm and was defeated. To defeat a Taoist emperor before stepping onto the emperor road, even if the Taoist emperor suppressed his realm, is still unbelievable. The mere thought of it filled Yuan Songzi with fear. He feared Ji Xiaoyu would not believe it, so he added, "On the path of the great Tao, everyone believes the unbeatable emperor is destined to become a Taoist emperor. Your matchup, dictated by the Tao's will, is in misfortune. Avoiding the battle might mean wasted efforts, but at least you'll live." The struggle for the Taoist emperor is no child's play. 9 out of 10 losers die. Throughout the years, many prodigies have fallen at Ji Xiaoyu's hand. Unfazed, Ji Xiaoyu asked, "Ting Master, have you ever considered that the path to becoming a Taoist emperor is cruel and cannot be filled with pushovers? If I give up this time, when I next reach this point, I will face another prodigy as formidable as the unbeatable emperor. If I always give up, what is the point of walking the path of the great Tao? To have the Tao's recognition, one must defeat the opponents selected by the Tao." These words made Yuan Songzi frown. He felt they made sense. Perhaps he had indeed underestimated the difficulty of becoming a Taoist emperor. Thinking that Shaolin might also face an opponent like the unbeatable emperor made him suddenly feel lost. Perhaps he had acted too hastily. Right now, the Tao court may not be able to nurture a Taoist emperor. Ji Xiaoyu looked at Yuan Songzi, smiling with high spirits, and said gently, "Moreover, Ting Master, how dare you assert that I will certainly lose? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 658 The Power of the Emperor Clan. The day of the duel between Ji Xiaoyu and the unbeatable emperor finally arrived, with the Tao court's members trailing Ji Xiaoyu to a meteorite. Gazing around, the void was dim, with countless meteorites scattered across it. Above the Tao court's party, colorful splendors surged across the void's ceiling, illuminating it without diminishing its shadowy undertone. Ji Xiaoyu stepped into the void, while the others waited on the ground. Shaolin gazed at Ji Xiaoyu with concern. Having spent many years with him, Ji Xiaoyu had taken good care of her, even teaching her spells and divine skills. In her heart, Ji Xiaoyu was like a mentor. Knowing the power of the unbeatable emperor, how could she not worry for Ji Xiaoyu? The void was vast, silent, and oppressive. Although the unbeatable emperor had not yet appeared, this void was already filled with an immense sense of oppression. After Ji Xiaoyu distanced herself from the meteorite where the Tao court was, she stood silently in the void, waiting. A long time passed. "Ha!" A shout echoed through the void, disrupting everyone's thoughts. "Sar the Novel Fire." Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Following that shout, more shouts arose, one after another, growing louder and more imposing, as if millions were roaring in unison, shaking the heavens with overwhelming oppression. Everyone from the Tao court tensed, their gazes directed toward the depths of the void, where a red radiance appeared, rapidly expanding. Shaolin squinted and saw an imposing figure, akin to a war god, striding out from the vast flames within the red radiance. The unbeatable emperor. He wore a dark red chain armor, with a red scarf around his waist, his trousers wide, billowing in the wind. His face was handsome but indifferent, and he wore a deep red coronet on his forehead. His long black hair danced wildly, his commanding presence threatening to shake the heavens and earth. He treaded on the red flames, moving with the grace of a dragon and a tiger, his aura seemingly distorting the void. Behind him, countless figures emerged from the red flames, each with an extraordinary aura. Although they remained silent, the deafening shouts continued to echo infinitely through the void. The Tao court's members looked on from afar, their faces grim, their hearts in their throats. "Is the primordial emperor domain really this formidable?" An elder of the Tao court muttered, his face full of shock. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "This is but one emperor clan of the primordial emperor domain. The might of the primordial emperor domain is beyond our imagination. In the great thousand world, only a few great worlds can barely compare. These words fueled further fantasies about the primordial emperor domain among the crowd. Meanwhile, the unbeatable emperor raised his right hand, fiery flames gathering in his palm, forming a long spear, several times his own length, with a massive spearhead, as if a Qilin spat out the spear blade, surrounded by a divine beast's phantom, bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. He looked at Ji Xiaoyu from afar and said, "Are you the reincarnation Dao Emperor? Bearing the name of reincarnation, do not disappoint me." As his words fell, he thrust his spear toward Ji Xiaoyu. A fiery line suddenly shot out, seemingly splitting the entire void in two. The red flame divine beast phantom roared silently before Ji Xiaoyu, the wave of qi force blowing through her long hair, revealing her cold and perfect face. Ji Xiaoyu remained silent, raising her right hand as rolling gray mist emerged from her palm, transforming into dragons coiling around her. An exceptional showdown between Taoist emperors was about to erupt. Yuan Songzi watched the unbeatable emperor, his eyes filled with fear. He could sense that the unbeatable emperor was still at the profound Yuan-free immortal realm, yet his aura gave Yuan Songzi, who was at the realm's perfection, a horrifying sense of impending annihilation. He felt that the unbeatable emperor could kill him with a single stroke. This filled him with dread for the unbeatable emperor and increased his concern for Ji Xiaoyu. At the Qiankuan sect's main city, around the gigantic battle platform, hundreds of thousands of disciples stood on the stone steps, observing the fight on the platform. Guwen and his drinking buddies were also there, while an Xen was in the distance, sitting with the Qiankuan sect's upper echelons. An Xen maintained a poised demeanor, not looking at Guwen, but dispassionately overlooking the combat on the platform. Yi Qingshan put down his teacup, turned to an Xen, and asked with a smile, "Senior, how is this child's talent?" Yuan Luo had just transformed into a divinity transformation realm and was battling a profound heart realm disciple. Between the divinity transformation realm and the profound heart realm lay the void crossing and fusion realms, and the Qiankuan sect was not a mundane sect of the past. Joining without Nervan-level cultivation showed one was young and exceptionally talented. Even two great realms lower, Yuan Luo still had the upper hand. His talent was evident to the naked eye, even astonishing those disciples at the immortal realm. An Xen replied, "Indeed impressive, able to contend with any peerless genius in the world." Yuan Luo appeared only 16 or 17, still youthful, yet with one palm, he severely injured his opponent, rendering them unable to fight. Floating in the air, he looked up to the pavilion where the upper echelons were and loudly declared, "I want to challenge a higher realm." His words caused an uproar among the crowd. The observing disciples had not expected Yuan Luo to continue challenging, increasing their anticipation of him. Grand Elder Lin Chuan signaled with his hand, and a Mahayana realm disciple stepped onto the platform with a sword. Yuan Luo bowed to the opponent, then initiated the attack first. "This kid is so formidable, no wonder the higher-ups are promoting him so much," remarked one of Gu An's friends, prompting discussions among the other friends. Guwen was not surprised by Yuan Luo's performance. This child's mana was bound by his realm, yet his qi blood force was overly vigorous. Though appearing at the divinity transformation realm, he in fact rivaled Nirvana. While watching the spectacle, Guwen was also focused on Ji Xiaoyu's duel on the path of the Great Tao. Ji Xiaoyu was not a match for the unbeatable emperor. Despite giving it her all, she was unable to defeat him yet managed to wound him, surprising the unbeatable emperor and the great powers of the primordial emperor domain. Guwen would not assist Ji Xiaoyu to defeat the unbeatable emperor, as it held no significance. His goal was to ensure Ji Xiaoyu survived. In the final clash of divine skills, Ji Xiaoyu was defeated, her body obliterated, leaving only her soul barely alive. At this point, the destiny she accumulated on the path of the Great Tao flowed entirely to the unbeatable emperor. "You are stronger than my previous opponents, and your understanding of the path of reincarnation is quite impressive. I think I won't forget you for a long time in the future." The voice of the unbeatable emperor resonated through the void, still fierce in aura, with the wounds on his cheeks making him even more imposing. Holding his long spear, he approached Ji Xiaoyu's soul. All around, the void was filled with smoke and clouds, remnants of shattered meteorites. Seeing the unbeatable emperor about to annihilate her completely, Yuan Songzi hurriedly flew in front of Ji Xiaoyu, urgently saying, "You've already won, so why push it to the extreme? Please grant her a chance to live." The unbeatable emperor slightly lifted his chin, looking down at Yuan Songzi with contempt, saying, "Since when did worms dare to obstruct a Taoist emperor?" In the distance, the great powers of the primordial emperor domain stepped forward, their boundless might suffocating Yuan Songzi. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659. A palm transcending the great Tao. The words of the unbeatable emperor were like a series of thunderclaps, echoing endlessly, causing the cultivators of the Tao court to change their expressions drastically. Although they feared the unbeatable emperor, hearing his words still made them feel a great sense of humiliation, for Yuan Songzi was the master of the Tao court. Xiao Lan gritted her teeth, wanting to rush over and fight alongside Yuan Songzi, but was stopped by a female elder. "Don't act impulsively, don't burden the Ting master," the female elder said in a deep voice, her gaze towards Yuan Songzi revealing her uncontrollable unease. Yuan Songzi was insulted by the unbeatable emperor but didn't get angry. Following the unbeatable emperor's words, he said, "Since you consider us insects, why go to the trouble of stomping on insects? Not to mention the imperial clan behind, even if all of them attacked together, they would still not be a match for the unbeatable emperor alone. On this path of the great Tao, a prodigy not only needs personal strength but also a sufficiently strong force to support them." The beautiful dream that Yuan Songzi had was completely shattered at this moment. Ji Xiaoyu and Xiao Lan lacked the talent, and the Tao court didn't have the foundation to escort a Taoist emperor. Even if humiliated, he had to protect Ji Xiaoyu as much as possible because he knew very well that if they did nothing, they would also be doomed. The Tao intent of the great powers of the imperial clan had already sealed this void, leaving them with no escape. The unbeatable emperor's lips curled into a contemptuous smile as he said, "I am fulfilling her, losing on the emperor road, damaging the Tao heart, and leading a life of nothing but defeat. What meaning does it have?" His footsteps did not pause, and with each step, the killing intent grew stronger. When his words fell, the pressure brought onto Yuan Songzi reached its peak, making him unable to speak, only able to look at him in terror. "Spare them, I am willing to die." Ji Xiaoyu's voice came from behind Yuan Songzi, calm, without a trace of anger or fear. The unbeatable emperor's smile became wild, and he raised the spear in his hand, pointing its tip at Yuan Songzi, yet his gaze fixed on Ji Xiaoyu. He sneered disdainfully, "It's over. You're all doomed. Setting foot on the emperor road, you should have been mentally prepared. If not, then learn the lesson of arrogance." His right hand suddenly loosened. Boom! The long spear in his hand burst forth with a terrifying momentum, as if carrying a storm, unstoppably killing towards Yuan Songzi. Everything happened too fast. Even though both parties were of the same realm, Yuan Songzi had no time to react, only able to widen his eyes. When the spear stopped in front of him, his whole body froze, feeling as if even his divine soul was fixed in place, unable to move. He hadn't experienced such despair in a long time. Faced with the divine spear, he truly felt he was going to die, and there was no hope for reincarnation. His mind blank, he instinctively looked at the unbeatable emperor, discovering that he frowned. The cultivators of the Tao court were extremely tense, seeing Yuan Songzi not dead, hope ignited in their hearts, thinking that the unbeatable emperor temporarily changed his mind. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the unbeatable emperor. The unbeatable emperor frowned deeply, glancing in another direction. He yelled in a deep voice, "What master from where is interfering with me? A master?" The Tao court side was all bewildered, realizing the unbeatable emperor was not sparing them out of mercy but that there was other assistance. Compared to the extremely arrogant unbeatable emperor, they preferred the unknown helper. The cultivators of the Tao court were all excited, trying hard to restrain their emotions, not daring to breathe even a single breath. Xiaolan also felt surprised, her heart filled with curiosity. Who would rescue them at this moment? Let people off when you can, besides, you have no enmity. A hoarse voice echoed through the void, causing displeasure to flash in the unbeatable emperor's eyes. When Ji Xiaoyu heard this voice, her eyes dimmed. Although he had changed his voice, she immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. She didn't want that person to see her so embarrassed. The unbeatable emperor did not respond, but the great powers of the imperial clan could not remain silent. Does fellow Taoist want to challenge the imperial clan? If fellow Taoist is this girl's support, why not appear earlier? Her destiny should not be like this. The passing by, why entangle in this karma? If wanting to save them, state your relationship, don't hide in the dark. With such cultivation, do you not know the rules of the Emperor Road? The dignified voices rose one after another, all very assertive, seemingly not taking the one who intervened seriously. Far off in the Qinghuan sect, Guan sighed. How many years has it been? It's rare to encounter someone so stubborn. Sir, the novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan, through deduction, knew the reason they wanted to eradicate was to prevent the secrets of the unbeatable emperor's divine skills from being exposed, leaving no threat for the unbeatable emperor's future. The reason was sufficient, but having intervened, would he still fight to the death for this reason? Ultimately, it's still too arrogant. Guan could see at a glance the source of this imperial clan. The strongest was no more than a Miao Zhen Daluo Immortal, and that was an ancient monster hidden for unknown billions of years. Having thought that, Gu Yan's gaze turned cold. Just then, a strand of someone's hair drifted in front of him. He raised his hand and waved, destroying the hair. The surrounding observing disciples were too excited, all discussing Yuan Luo's performance, and even his drinking and meat friends on his left and right didn't notice his actions. However, Gu Yan's wave was not casual. The mana of a Dao Extreme Daluo Immortal passed through the celestial spirit great world in an incredible manner, entered the path of the great Dao, then crossed layers of cosmic planes, arriving at the void where Ji Xiaoyu, Xiaolan, and the others were. The questions from the imperial clan had not yet fallen, and the unbeatable emperor was still staring intensely at Ji Xiaoyu. The Dao court side was nervously waiting, with Yuan Songzi unable to recover from the earlier shocking experience. Suddenly, the entire void became bright, darkness was banished, and everyone instinctively looked in one direction, only to see deep within the void, it was as bright as daylight, with an incomparably majestic golden giant hand coming at them. Facing this golden giant hand, any existence appeared insignificant. The unbeatable emperor's face changed drastically. He was horrified to find himself unable to move. Not only him, but the other great powers of the imperial clan were the same, all seemingly petrified, dumbly watching the golden giant hand approach. Ji Xiaoyu's pupils widened, while Yuan Songzi and the cultivators of the Dao court were left open-mouthed. They couldn't move either, only able to see the golden giant hand getting closer and closer. As the hand neared, the outline of the golden giant hand could not fit into their vision. In front of such a giant hand, they only felt shock, their emotions indescribable. Under their gaze, the golden giant hand seemed to replace the void, lightly waving towards them. The wind from its palm blew, turning the great powers of the imperial clan directly into ashes. Even the unbeatable emperor gradually perished, his expression before death one of disbelief, seemingly not expecting such an end for himself. After waving the hand to annihilate the imperial clan, the golden giant hand became illusory, and the strong light it emitted gradually weakened. Yet the entire void remained in silence. All the cultivators of the Dao court still held expressions of astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660. A Lifespan of 10 Trillion Years. As the Emperor clan and the unbeatable Emperor vanished into ash, the golden giant hand dissipated, the void gradually returning to dimness, while the people of the Dao court remained in silence, unable to awaken from their shock. The pure-hearted Xiaolan was the first to break the silence. She couldn't help but ask, what realm was the senior who acted just now? The legendary heaven-encompassing free immortal? The cultivators of the Tao court awoke one after another, starting to bow in all directions, expressing gratitude to the person who intervened. Yuan Songzi also came to his senses, loudly exclaimed, I am Yuan Songzi from the Tao court of the celestial spirit great world, grateful for the senior's assistance. I wonder what can we do for the senior? There is no such thing as a favor for no reason. Yuan Songzi reflected on his connections, unable to think of such a powerful entity, he could only ponder what the other party might want them to do. However, no one answered him. Ji Xiaoyu remained silent, sat down cross-legged on the spot, and began restoring her body. Meanwhile, in the Qingkuan sect, Guwen was occupied by a series of prompts in his vision. To deal with the Emperor clan, he used his own mana, not relying on avatars, thus he could seize life force, especially since the Emperor clan lacked celestial court destiny. Successfully captured 20,239,008,276 years of life from Emperor Changyuan, early stage of innate golden immortal realm. Successfully captured 809,244,623 years of life from Gudong, late stage of heaven-encompassing free immortal realm. Successfully captured 209,872,307,762 years of life from Emperor Hantian, middle stage of Hengtian golden immortal realm. Successfully captured 70,982,763 years of life from Qin Li, perfect innate golden immortal realm. Successfully captured 249,827,206,383 years of life from Ji Zun, middle stage of Taiqing golden immortal realm. Looking at his skyrocketing lifespan, Guwen felt agitated. No wonder those with reincarnation bodies couldn't resist the temptation of seizing life force. He now felt an impulse to go on a killing spree, but he knew he mustn't do that. Excessive slaughter and rapidly growing stronger would attract powerful entities far beyond his cultivation level to intervene. This time, attacking the Emperor clan was justified and wouldn't attract attention from beings surpassing Tao Extreme Daoyuo Immortal. The lifespans of these powerful figures within the Emperor clan varied. The strongest Taiqing Golden Immortal provided him with a lifespan not much higher than the Hengtian Golden Immortal, yet overall, it still yielded him substantial gains. The Emperor clan only had one Taiqing Golden Immortal protecting the unbeatable Emperor. Most others were heaven-encompassing free immortals and innate golden immortals, a total of several hundred. Your lifespan has surpassed 10 trillion years for the first time, starting a random lifespan function upgrade. Your life expectancy prediction function has been upgraded. Life expectancy prediction upgrade successful. Life expectancy prediction automatically detects causality. When a living being bears hostility toward your true self or clones, a prompt will appear. It automatically deduces causality. If someone's causality conflicts with yours, a prompt will appear. Using this prompt does not consume lifespan, but conducting a lifespan detection on the opponent does. Witnessing the prompts before him, Gu's eyes changed. Unlike the previous life expectancy prediction, this time the function covers his clones and can deduce causality. Deducing causality is quite domineering, implying potential enemies could be deduced. This function has both pros and cons. The advantage is identifying more enemies. The downside is the pressure of knowing enemies in advance, while the enemies remain oblivious and carefree. Of course, the most important thing is that his lifespan has broken through 10 trillion years. He can proceed to a breakthrough. Gu's mood became joyful. Once all the lifespan prompts ceased, he brought up the attribute panel for viewing. Name, Guwen, lifespan, 172, 971/14, 073, 593, 224, 087, physique, primordial Tao creation body, cultivation level, middle stage of Tao extreme Daoyuo immortal realm. It's no wonder the Emperor clan. Guwen acknowledged the Emperor clan behind the unbeatable Emperor as indeed powerful. Tianqin Emperor will form a causal hatred with you, destined to become your enemy. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on them? Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ancestor Chuzi will form a causal hatred with you, destined to become your enemy. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on them? Han Long will form a causal hatred with you, destined to become your enemy. Would you like to perform a lifespan detection on them? Another series of prompts emerged wildly, causing Gu An's eyelids to twitch. Indeed, the new life expectancy prediction is a double-edged sword. With so many potential enemies, if he checked each one, could his 14 trillion years of lifespan endure? Guan chose one by one for lifespan detection. Upon selecting a name, the lifespan years to be consumed would display, then he would confirm. He had no intention of consuming lifespan, but from the lifespan consumption prompts, he could gauge the strength of the enemies. The Emperor clan's greatest support was one major realm lower than him, so it wasn't worth using lifespan detection on them. Even so, this function could still reveal the Emperor clan's foundation to him. For a period following this, lifespan prompts repeatedly appeared. When Yuan Luo defeated the Mahayana realm disciple to the cheering of the audience, the prompts before him continued. The connections behind the unbeatable emperor were truly astonishing. Guan was secretly alarmed. Jianghu's sect hierarch Yi Qingshan began to praise Yuan Luo, then spoke of the sect's millennial grand plan ahead, stirring the disciples' emotions. After the gathering, Guan politely declined invitations from companions for food and drink and left alone. On the other side, Ji Xiaoyu had restored her body, though her aura was weak and her cultivation level somewhat diminished. The cultivators of the Dao court surrounded her, their faces full of concern. Xiaolan couldn't help but ask, "Senior, how do you feel? How can we assist?" The pale-faced Ji Xiaoyu opened her eyes and said, "I am unscathed, but my path to the Taoist emperor has been completely severed. Unbeatable emperor's divine skills are indeed tyrannical. It will take me many years to completely dispel the power of his divine skills." Everyone felt their hearts sink, unable to accept it. They had traversed the path of the great Tao together for so many years, albeit thinking about the possibility of Ji Xiaoyu's defeat. Seeing her fall in such a manner filled them with a sense of helplessness. The Emperor Road is indeed not something they can contend for. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, "Return to the Dao court to recuperate." He looked at Xiaolan and said, "You have seen it too, the contention of the Emperor Road is fraught with peril. Before you are defeated, why not stop for now?" Xiaolan nodded lightly at his words. She too realized the vast gap between herself and Emperor Road geniuses and felt a bit worried for her brother Gu after being away from the celestial spirit great world for so many years. An elder couldn't help but sigh and said, "I wonder what kind of deity that senior was to directly annihilate the Emperor clan to save us. The path of the great Tao is indeed one mountain higher than the other, heavens beyond heavens." Recalling the fierce battle earlier, they still felt a chilling thrill and an inexplicable excitement. In my opinion, the Emperor clan brought it upon themselves, being overly arrogant. That senior perhaps didn't intend to destroy the Emperor clan, but these fellows gave no leeway and were too arrogant. A Dao court genius couldn't help but say, filled with admiration and fervor, "The golden giant hand will be the goal of his life pursuit from now on. Even if he cannot reach that realm in this life, he will cultivate in that direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 661, Perfection Realm. The feelings of the celestial spirit got after lamenting for a while, Yuan Songzi led everyone back to the celestial spirit great world. The journey ahead was long, and they dared not let down their guard. Soon, everyone fell into silence, each with their own thoughts. The image of that golden giant hand lingered in their minds, unable to dissipate. Even Xiaolan was reminiscing. This kind of power was too incredible. She must tell Brother Gu about it when she returns. Thinking of this, Xiaolan's mind was filled with the sound and appearance of Guan, eager to return home. On the other side, Guan left the Jianghu sect and went to an unoccupied mountain forest. At this moment, prompts kept appearing before his eyes. The number had already exceeded 1 million. Guwen suspected that it wasn't just the unbeatable emperor's karmic enemies, but possibly other types of karma as well. He patiently waited. Once all prompts were gone, he would find a place to break through all at once, reaching the perfect Taoist Great Luo Immortal realm. During the waiting process, he was also deducing. He could confirm that the lifespan predictive ability was stronger than his, but how much stronger was yet to be determined. Many names in the prompts were temporarily untraceable because there was no direct causality. How many people with the same name and surname existed? Even with lifespan prediction, Guwen did not intend to eliminate his enemies in advance because karma could change. Just because someone was destined to be an enemy didn't mean he should start a killing spree. The new lifespan predictions served more as a warning. The more enemies there were, the more cautious he had to be. The higher the realm, the easier it was to lose oneself in one's own power, believing one could do anything. Although Guwen was wary of many beings, he did not feel that his current life was suffocating. On the contrary, he felt happy with his life. He preferred playing in the human world within his own small domain to fighting. After waiting for an hour, no more prompts appeared, leaving Guwen feeling helpless. His karmic enemies numbered in the tens of millions, which was absurd. However, judging by the lifespan consumption, not many posed a threat to him. Guwen immediately performed the lifespan breakthrough. Even though he could go to the endless Tao mountain, he feared leaving traces and being discovered by unknown entities, so he cautiously used the lifespan breakthrough. After all, a round trip only cost 20 billion years of lifespan, which was a drizzle for him now. Safety was most important. Out of 9 prompts, Guwen chose to go to the Hongmeng Great World for his breakthrough, and his figure disappeared into the forest. As time passed, the sun gradually set. Night fell. The forest was still, echoing with the croaking of frogs. Guwen's figure reappeared. He was now perfect in the Taoist Great Luo Immortal realm, having consumed a total of 40 trillion years of lifespan for this breakthrough. Thanks to the Emperor clan, even with such a loss of lifespan, Guwen still had 100 trillion left. Next, he could begin to endure for 1 trillion lifetimes. Guwen did not intend to return to the Taoist field of the beginningless but rather to take a journey through the human world. Having achieved a breakthrough with difficulty, he naturally had to indulge. With the dim night, the forest was silent, the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, elongating Guwen's shadow. He walked while contemplating. Above the Tao extreme Daluo Immortal, what realm was there? After the Tao court and various major sects suppressed the internal turmoil, the dawn of peace in the world appeared. 1,000 years later, the human world returned to peace. The Emperor Tianhong, renowned and praised by the world, came to the vicinity of the Taoist field of the beginningless. In the forest where he had once knelt for tens of thousands of years, he gazed at the unchanging environment with a look of reflection on his face. After fighting in the mortal world for so many years and returning now, he finally understood what the supporting Tao sword venerable meant. He had gained immense fame, and even though he had left the Tao court, many major sects sought to recruit him. He could easily enjoy all the pleasures of the human world, and before returning, he did struggle with it. But more than temporary pleasure, he wanted to pursue the great Tao. He stood in front of the stream, waiting, looking back on the events of these years and those occasional fragments of memory. After waiting for an hour, Enzin's figure appeared on the opposite bank, startling the Emperor Tianhong, who quickly saluted her. Enxin, with a cold expression, said, "Come with me. From now on, you are a Wuxia disciple, and I am your senior sister." "Thank you, senior sister." The Emperor Tianhong responded, feeling excited. After so many years, he had finally become a disciple of the supporting Tao sword venerable. Enxin turned and left, with the Emperor Tianhong hurriedly following. Along the way, Enxin began to introduce the situation within the beginningless. She explained which disciples were there and what rules to pay attention to, and Emperor Tianhong listened attentively, not daring to neglect. When they stepped into the Taoist field of the beginningless, Emperor Tianhong clearly felt the nature's spiritual energy was suddenly different, even though the surroundings hadn't changed much. It was only when he emerged from the forest that he saw an incredibly beautiful mountain forest, a rare sight in the world. Every mountain was planted with various spirit flowers and spirit grass, creating a mesmerizing and beautiful spectacle that no painting could capture. An Exin ambled along the mountain path, without flying, compelling Emperor Tianhong to follow her pace. "Senior sister, is the teacher in the dojo?" Emperor Tianhong cautiously asked. An Exin, without looking back, said, "He's not here, but at the latest, you'll meet him the day after tomorrow." "Is there something urgent? Will I delay him?" Emperor Tianhong asked nervously. Such a great power as the supporting Dao sword venerable must be occupied with unimaginable important matters. In outer heaven debating the Dao with great powers? Or exploring the void of the great Dao? He has no urgent matters, just playing in the human world. Perhaps in past years, you encountered him, but he transformed into an unremarkable mortal, and you didn't recognize him. And Xin's answer surprised Emperor Tianhong greatly, raising concerns in his heart. He had to recall if he had done anything wrong in front of others. While Emperor Tianhong reflected on himself, Guan wasn't wandering in the human world. He was drinking with the celestial spirit god at the world gate. The two sat at a small table with spiritual wine and some human world dishes placed on it. The celestial spirit god had long given up mortal desires, but since Guan invited him, he graciously accepted. After drinking a bowl of wine, the celestial spirit god took the initiative to say, "Tianhao should have taken root in the misty immortal court by now. I can sense his cultivation level rising rapidly lately." Guan smiled. He indeed is doing quite well. After reaching the perfect Taoist Great Luo Immortal Realm, Guan could precisely calculate the karma of the misty immortal court. The court's destiny couldn't obstruct his gaze. He could see everything within and knew Tianhao had gained the recognition of an immortal mansion, fully integrating into the misty immortal court. The celestial spirit god nodded and then asked, "How do you intend to deal with the Tai immortal monarch and the 72 immortals of Jianghu? Immortal gods can't be completely eradicated. One day, they will return to the celestial court or be discovered missing by it." Guan took the wooden token from his waist and placed it on the small table, jokingly saying, "After wearing it for so many years, I'm really not used to it. As for the Tai immortal monarch, let him continue to sink in the suffering of reincarnation. I will indeed spare them before the celestial court discovers them, but until then, I'll make them suffer a little." Even though it wasn't the first time Jianghu's 72 immortals had been turned into wooden plaques, the celestial spirit god still felt amazed. Immortal gods were so fragile in Guan's hands. Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Even having pledged allegiance to Guan, he still didn't know Guan's cultivation level. The human world has already seen other immortal gods and chaos evil demons appearing. If this goes on, it will certainly lead to catastrophe. As a celestial god, how do you think I should get through this calamity? Guan asked the celestial spirit god. Perhaps it was an illusion, but although Guan sought advice, the celestial spirit god felt he wasn't that fearful of the celestial court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.